interwebs. Let me just check on the positioning of my doggy. I just need to shuffle forward a little bit. Maybe I need to reposition the camera a little bit. I don't know if that's enough brightness or too much brightness. You'll have to let me know. I do have one job just to complete. If you can just give me a few seconds. I have to do my begging link. Where do I go? Here in my text files. Not that one, that did not work. I tried to update one of my text files, that didn't work. No. Hangouts blurb, hold on. There. Save current file, no. Scroll, I just need to copy a paragraph of text. Here we go. Normally I would copy it and then modify it a little bit, but just bear with me. I have to go. Come on, raid. That's a little bit optimistic. Dom was online earlier today for multiple hours. Don, sorry, not Dom. Don with an N. Delta Oscar November. What do I need to do? I need to find this stream in YouTube, and I didn't set a thing myself. Hold on. Here we go. Thursday night ? TrampCast. Let's do this thing. Okay. I can paste here. Post. Long press. Print message. Is it there? Says it's done. Then I can turn that idiot off because I don't listen to him while I'm live. Oh yeah, there it is. It's at the top of my screen. It's probably at the bottom of your chat. Is this not fully charged? I'll have to put it on full. No, that's bottom. That's full. Is that too much? Do you get too much glare from the glasses? I don't know what I can do. Here we go. Come on, raid, says Jasper. I thought about going live last night, but I would have clashed with Scruff Dog. Now Scruff Dog's been a little bit irregular lately, so there was a chance he wouldn't go live. So I hesitated and waited, and he did go live, so I let that go. I don't want to be stepping on the toes of people that have helped me. That wouldn't be right. Not that I would draw masses and masses of their audience away. I'm not that big a draw. Just wave to the neighbours. I've no idea if they see me or not. People are starting to arrive. We'll give it another minute and a half, and on the 5-minute mark I will do the intro. We'll just wait for people to arrive. Folks, you want to be in chat, and you want to change the chat settings from the default, which is top messages. You want to change it to all messages. It's called something silly like live. What's it called? Live chat, all messages are visible. That's the verbiage I get. It might be labelled differently where you are. I am in the middle. I didn't have time to finish making my coffees. So I am in the middle of rinsing out the cups from, would that be the day before yesterday? What's this? No, I don't know. When was I last online? Was it Tuesday? It was Tuesday, wasn't it? Okay. So I brought out a bottle of iced water, or at least cold water. This is a bit awkward. Hold on. The lamp right now is sat upon the sugar. So I need the sugar. Whoops, Andy took the brightness down a notch. There we go. Where's my spoon? I'm going to make 2 coffees for myself. Or maybe I just make 1 and hope that the volume of water keeps the water cold longer, the thermal mass. Maybe we do that. Where are we for oh, we're coming up on 5. Whoops. I put two, Tina, quiet. Tina, quiet. Tina, shush, shush. Quieto. Silencio, Tina. Silencio. Basta. Sufficiente. What was that? Can't have been good, can it? Can't have been good. That's the sugar in. Now I need to put the sugar bowl back flat so I can get out the coffee. Not sugar bowl, sugar jar. We'll get there, folks. Just bear with me. I am just making. Do you think I make both? I'll put the powder, the sugar, and the coffee in both. I'll only make one for now. Maybe the thermal mass will keep the. Like I said, keep the water cool longer. It is really quite. On a really hot day, you can see that I haven't got a top on. I do sometimes take these out of the freezer and just cuddle them. Oh, bits and bits from the back of the neck as well. But, you know, probably more detail than you needed. But yeah, ice cold. Nice, like, it's not bad, is it? A tramp in a field with some nice cold, ice cold water. It is particularly. Oh, I've no idea what the temperature is. It's been 30 or 31 today, I think. We have these nights now. I've learnt, and there's a new there's a new name and I can't remember it. Hold on. The tropical nights are when it hits 20, when it doesn't fall below 20 at any point. There's a word for when it doesn't fall below 25. I don't know whether it's a newly invented term or whether it's just my first time hearing it, but they have a term for the nights when it doesn't drop, something like torrid, maybe? When a night doesn't fall below 25 degrees. And they're talking about next week being particularly particular. There's stories about another heat wave about to hit Spain. Now, fortunately, this last one didn't really hit here. I think inland is going to suffer more. Coastal has always got that cooling effect of the water, always. Although the cooling effect of the water can bring more rain and stuff in winter. Two-fisted drinking, folks. On the one hand, it's an ice cold coffee. Okay. I've been drinking coffee up to now with like tepid water, with whatever water's laying around, rather than boiling it. This is my first time of actually chilling it. That's not bad. So that's on the one hand. On the other hand, beer. Because manliness. Men drink beer. Quick one, why are you 2 hours behind me now, Mike? You used to be ahead of me. No, weren't you? You were 1 hour ahead of me, and I was surprised that you were 2 hours ahead of London. And I was only 1 hour ahead of London in wintertime. And now we've done the summertime thing, so now it's 10 o'clock here, or just after. Don't buy an OLED TV. It's turned off to refresh. Oh, a smart. You see, your mistake is buying a smart TV with the updates and things. Here's what you want to do, folks. When you buy a TV, if it says smart, say no. You want one with all the ports. You want it to have the USB and the whatever the other different connections are, HDMI and all of that shit. But not smart. Tell them I'll attach my own smarts to it. I'll attach an external box, a computer, I'll connect my phone to it. I'll do the excuse me. I'll do the smarts. You just provide the fucking TV. There are stories of some smart TVs that come up with new terms and conditions. And the only button is accept. And you think, I'm not going to accept that shit. You turn the TV off. And when you turn it back on, straight back to the same dialogue. There is no I don't accept. So you buy, when you purchase something, contract law says that the contract, the terms and conditions are specified at that time are what apply. But their contract terms say we can update contract terms as long as you agree. But they don't give you the option to not agree. Smart TVs, no, don't do that. Dumb TV. You want the OLEDs, you want the OLED and all of the different, the thing with OLED is the different brightness sectors, the zones for the brightness behind the backlights. It's not just, in the old days you had one backlight that shone across and was reflected through, and if that backlight went out, you were done. But now there's like, I don't know, 100 different backlights. Your screen gets split into these different zones that can each be lit or not lit to help with the black. The problem with the black, with the light shining through it, is it's kind of grey rather than black. And then in a lot of situations you want black, so turn the light off. And that's one of the things with OLED screens. And what's the other one? Quantum Q dot? No, that doesn't sound right. It's got a Q in it anyway. But no, don't let your TV be smart. Get a dumb TV and you provide the smarts, is my advice to anybody. Now it says your show starts at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. your time. Is it 8 p.m. your time now? It's 22:14 here. Have you back stuff? They did turn off the Large Hadron Collider not long ago. Have we all switched back to the original timeline? I'm being facetious, but I did notice today, so this garage, a petrol station at the top of the road, closes at 9. It's open now. Well, it was open just before I started. It's probably closed now. It used to advertise it was open while 11. I never saw it. In all the time I've been here, I've never seen it open until 11. But it used to be open until 10. And then it wasn't. And now suddenly it is. And they've just turned off the Large Hadron Collider. Coinkydink? I don't know, folks. It's interesting. It's going to be off for the next 3 years or so. I think until 2030. They're upgrading it so it can cause more mayhem. I can't rule out the possibility. It sounds silly, and I feel silly saying it. I cannot refute the possibility. There are certain things I remember that now transpire never happened. And I'm like, why do I remember them? The so-called Mandela effect. And now I don't think Mandela was killed in prison. I remember him being released in was it January or February 1990? I remember that. I have reason to remember that. But if you say to me that strange things happened since then, I would say, yeah. Shit that I knew, stuff that I read as a kid, stuff that I read and remembered forever, and now people say, no, that never happened. That's weird, isn't it? But hey, scrolling. Okay, we're 10 p.m. as well. So YouTube said your show starts at 8. YouTube just VGA. God, I don't even remember what those letters stand for. VGA was 640 by 460 or 480. VGA. Screen sizes. There was VGA, SVGA, LVGA. Oh, I don't even remember all the others. Yeah, once you start calling something super, and then the next generation comes out, and it's like even more super, superer. It's like when you name a document, you know, report, latest report, latest report, newest updated report, version control, and naming of versions. It's a big thing in computing. No TV, maybe. Oh, I've looked at projectors. I've always thought I love the idea of a projector, but but apparently they make a lot of noise, put out a lot of heat, don't handle sound very well, and aren't quite the resolution that they claim to be. When they tell you that you can watch your 640, your 144p YouTube video on a meter by a meter and a half screen, and you're thinking that's going to look chunky as shit, and then it's going to be dull as shit, and you got to turn all the lights out and wait for midnight. Brightness. Didn't we have a conversation the other day about lumens and candles and things? All of those things. Except Great Metal Band. Oh, Hannah, hello, Mike and Tina. How are you doing? We're all right, lass. We're all right. I had a good cry this afternoon. Well, not long ago. I took her for a walk. I don't know, when was it? 7 o'clock maybe. And then I sat her on the floor in case she had an accident once we got inside. After half an hour or so, I brought her up onto the bed, and she just landed like right next to me. We had a big cuddle, and I couldn't help but burst into tears. She's okay. She's actually had a good 2 or 3 days. She hasn't like messed the bed. She hasn't wet the bed. I think maybe once last night, but it must have been minor because the newspapers didn't even let me know about it. You know, the dampness. So she's been pretty good. Any spills we have had have been minor. She's not been sitting in her mess. I've been trying to take her out more often, but sometimes in the night. God, last night I was awake well about midnight, and the next thing I knew it was 5:30, maybe nearer 6 o'clock in the morning. That's really, really rare for me. I will usually wake up every hour and a half, every 2 hours. And I think I only woke up then because she was barking at something. I don't think she was barking that she wanted me, but there must have been someone somewhere upsetting her or annoying her. It's okay, babe. Daddy's here. It's okay. Nothing's going to hurt you while your daddy's here, okay? It's okay, yeah, I know. But I hauled her up onto the... Well, God, there was a story in itself. So she's laying on the floor. I picked the belt up and I'm expecting her to walk up and onto the bed. And her legs just give from under her, front legs. So I have to, as well as picking her up I'm doing this thing with the back legs, and then I've got to pick the collar and just hike her up, and she wasn't happy with that. But the physical, if I'd been doing it like the right way around, but I'd got my right arm was at her back and my left arm was at her front, and she's already on the bed. I've kind of failed to get her up once, but I'm trying to reposition her, and yeah, she wasn't happy with me about that. I haven't shown her yet. I haven't done the intro yet. I started talking when I shouldn't have. Give me a second. I'm gonna introduce my co-star, my glamorous co-star. Give me a second. Take me out of YouTube. It took me to a different screen within YouTube. I clicked the button to reverse cameras, to switch cameras. Just like that. And then I'm gonna put the flash on. And then I'm gonna introduce you. Here she is. Hello, babe. I know you don't like the bright light, but our friends are asking about you. Eh? Our friends are asking. Hannah's asking. She wants to know how Tina is. Eh? Whoa. Don't. There's Tina girl. That's my glamorous co-star, who was, when I put her down on the ground, I put her here level with me. And she's managed already to work her way backwards half a yard, because Tina's Tina. Auntie Karen says hello, Tina. Auntie Karen. We'll see her in a week or two. Yeah. Auntie Karen's coming soon. Yeah, soon. Probably say for the last time, but Let's not focus on that. Oh, I had a friend come around this morning, my friend Colleen, who comes around and brings me a newspaper most weeks. She skipped 2 or 3 weeks, and then she came around 1 week, and then she skipped 2 weeks. I was getting really worried. But she called around this morning, and I had to tell her that she was like apologize. She brings Tina, she brings me a newspaper, and sometimes she'll bring Tina either some treats or chicken carcasses, raw chicken carcasses. And I had to tell her that Tina's probably not going to be here too much longer, and she was asking why. She sees Tina on the bed, or I'm carrying her out of the tent, and then Tina lays on the floor. She doesn't see Tina walking too often. Occasionally I'm up at the top of the road with her, and Colleen pulls in her car at the top of the road. But by the time we get to the top of the road, Tina's kind of got her legs together a little bit, or historically had. This week we struggle to reach the top of the road. We get halfway up the road and Tina's wanting to turn around. And it's just that thing, folks, isn't it? The back legs went a year, 18 months, whenever the hell that was. The back legs went. The front legs started to go, what, 6 months ago? Maybe more? And first thing in the morning, they're just gone. I pick her up and pull her out of the tent. I'm having to pick her up by the collar. I wrap the lead, which is tied to the collar. I'm supporting half of her front end and carrying all of the back end. So yeah, I had to tell my friend Colleen that Tina's probably, I mean, who knows? Is it 1 week? Is it 3 weeks? Is it a month? Is it 2 months? It's not long. It's not long. She seems to have had like this, she was like laying in a mess. She was her bladder was out of control. We were out of sync. My walking her and her peeing wasn't working. Maybe we just got more in sync. I have upped the frequency of how often I take her out, but it's maybe we prolong it a little bit if we can stay in sync. But it's going to be no life for her. If she hasn't got a back leg, she hasn't got a front leg, she hasn't got control of her bladder or her bowel, and overnight she's laying in her mess. Especially if I sleep for 5 hours. I mean, that's kind of unprecedented, sleeping for 5 hours like I did last night. But, yeah, I don't know. Scrolling. Thank you for the, yeah, hello to Hannah, and where am I? I'm way behind already. Fuck. Where's Hannah? There you are. Hello, Mike and Tina. Yeah, hello to you, Hannah. Hope you're well. I bought a quantum chicken the other day. Great animal. Quantum chicken. I feel like there's a joke there. Did you or didn't you? Is it a what was he called? Pavlov with his dog? No, not Pavlov. The other guy. 50-50. Is it there? Is it not? When the wave collapses. Pavlov was training them. Ring a bell, they salivate. That's not the experiment I'm thinking of. It was a cat. Schrodinger. See, once I got away from dogs and onto cats. Maybe you bought Schrodinger's chicken or hen or whatever it was that you said. Do you know, I'm in a city. I've been woken up some mornings now by cockerels. They're in. Woken up's not quite like. It's when I'm already kind of pseudo awake. They're not waking me up, you know, out of the blue. But when I'm in that, am I awake? Am I not? And then cock-a-doodle-doo, or whatever noise you want to go with. 2 of them. I'm in a city. I got people cheering. Someone's just scored at football, I expect. Spain are playing. It was 1-0, Karen told me. I don't, maybe they're watching a different thing, but there was cheers over there. Shouts at least. Usually it would be fireworks whenever Spain scores, but so far this World Cup, not so much. I don't know why not. Not that I'm wanting it back on now, says Karen. That was at 22:15, 10 minutes ago, yeah? Quarter of an hour ago. 4 years until June 29th, 2030. They need to allow the frequency to stabilize. I'm going to say that was stabilize. Yeah, okay, you followed up with a comment after. Mandela died in 2013 up here in Houghton. 2013. Nelson, did he? He got to meet the Spice Girls at least, yeah? I mean, you know, that must have completed the guy's life. Cheers, folks. Was it Ginger Spice? Yeah, we got cars driving around peeping horns. Did Spain just score? Can someone confirm? Or maybe I can. I do have technology nowadays. I forget. It could just be yobs, but there's people in the car driving around shouting, and I'll leave my stream behind. I haven't got Spain marked for scores. The BBC keep advertising at me for me to listen to it on the radio, and then when I go there, they say you can't have it in your country. Like, what the fuck? Well, it's like dangling the carrot in front of your fucking nose. Come and listen to the match on the radio, you know, on the internet radio. Oh no, you can't have it. Didn't you know that before you advertised it at me? This is the internet. You had the technology to tell that before you dangled the fucking carrot. They want me to buy a TV license, but that's not going to fucking happen. This is why I've watched almost nothing of the World Cup. I loaded up the RTVE app. That's the Spanish national broadcaster. They have the highlights and a couple of live matches every now and again, but not the ones you want. Should we check whether I can? I won't broadcast it to you. I'll have to turn the volume off, and I won't show you. But let me. Where are my players? RTVE play. Volume down, in case we do get anything. I don't want to get a. It is on. Yeah, the Spain game is on live. Ver in directo. Bear. But. Ver is b. Bear in directo. Okay. Advert. Probably one of two. Give it 30 seconds. It's jumped massively. Karen says 2-0, yeah, so there was a goal. Okay. Oh, that was right, if you said beautiful Tina. On the quantum chicken thing. Quantum chicken leap, okay. Did the quantum chicken leap. Quantum leap. I like that. Well done, Jasper. Well done, Jasper. You can come again. Yeah, there it was. He crossed it, he headed it, it went past the goal, it went in. Do I have enough gigabytes to, I don't have a stand to set a second screen against, do I? Would it stand there? It will. Probably. That's an empty cup it's leaning against. It's really I wanted to watch the England match the other day, and they didn't have it live. And that was just, I had to rely on Karen's updates over Messenger, I think it was. Karen's flying the Spanish flag. Watch news, maybe American couple being told to remove tin roosters from their garden. I was going to make a pun. I watched one, I've seen some clips where it almost went to the Supreme Court. There were so many appeals involved. The local government, the local courts, just whatever the police and the local authority said, might even have been a HOA, which, if you're British, you might not know what that is. That's a homeowners association. When some blocks of houses are built in America, it's built into the deeds that you're part of an organisation, and you can't opt out at any point. Your house will forever be within a HOA, and they can make up whatever petty rules they want. And you always get that one bloke, I'm the president of the association, I say you can't do this and you can't do that. You've always got that bloke, or one of them blokes. It's women often. They call them Karens now. Sorry, Karen, but they do. Karens and male Karens, or I've heard them called Kierans. Karens and Kierans. But you always get that guy. You parked your car, you put two cars side by side on your drive, and the right hand set of tyres or wheels are just off the drive and on your lawn. And they're like, fine you $150 fucking dollars for every time you do it. Fuck off. Telling people what they can and can't do with their own house and with their own home. But I watched one with someone had chickens. No roosters, just the hens. Can't have them. You've got too many. I think she had 6. And she'd had them for like 20 years, and suddenly they're telling her, no, you can't have them. So it goes to court, and the judge just says whatever they say, whatever the HOA, the police, the local authority, whatever they say. He ignores the law, which says that you can't stop them having them. It goes to the appeals court. The appeals court ignores the fucking law. And it goes up to the states, not the American Supreme Court, but the state Supreme Court, who says, what the fuck are you lot sniffing? And sends it back down and tells them to fuck off. The law. It's a mixture of politics, word games. It's mainly politics. The application. The word politic comes from the word city. Police. The word police comes from the word city. It's how to manage and run a city. But it boils down to a word game. They write some laws that said in this situation, and then you pick apart and you say, what does that word mean? Can we find a different meaning for that word? Can we amend the meaning of that word? Can we bend it or twist it in some way? And if one judge bends it or twists it that way, everyone else has to follow his lead unless it gets appealed to a higher court. It's always interesting. I could have been a lawyer. It's not difficult, is it? Just to remember shit. He says that now when he's got a bad memory. When I was young, I could remember shit. That's why I appear intelligent when I'm not really. The difference between intelligence and kind of knowledge. Intelligence is the ability to learn new things, to adapt, to... You could have someone who's very intelligent, but who's never been given anything to learn, and so they appear dumb as fuck. But that's not necessarily the case. They've just never been educated. They've never been presented with the knowledge to learn and to remember. Intelligence is the ability to adapt, to learn, by some definitions, to change behavior even. Lots of definitions of intelligence. It's an interesting topic. But someone could be very intelligent, which means capable of learning. Basically, that's intelligence means capable of learning. It doesn't mean that you know a lot of shit. You only know a lot of shit if you're capable of learning and you've been presented with stuff to learn. You can be very intelligent and be dumb as fuck. You can also be very intelligent, but your knowledge is all focused in one area, and you never. This is why you get the term like book smarts. The people that have, let's say you read a chemistry fucking encyclopedia and you know everything about chemistry, but you don't know how to tie your own shoelaces. That's the idiot savant thing as well. Anyway, I digress. Where was I? Watch news. Maybe American couple being told to remove tint roosters from their garden. I was going to make a pun. Karen says, look at chat. Yeah, I'm behind. Should I go at the bottom and work back? Pushing and shoving in the football. I haven't been watching. It's here. Oh, who's it? Who's AUT? Is that Australia? No, Austria maybe. AUT? Who are we playing? Spain against what? AUT. I'm going to go Austria. Here goes Spain. And here goes Spain some more. Cross. Oh no. Okay, I'm not going to give a running commentary. I'm hoping you can't hear the commentary that's there, because I could get in trouble. Karen said, look at lots of pushing and shoving. That was at 37, which is just a minute or two ago. So I'm going to assume that we're up to date. Saw some government prosecuting farmers with cows with grass areas, and it was to do with rangers in Australia. Croc. What's he called? I can never remember the fucker's surname. He's not Croc Dundee. There's a guy. He is like a park ranger or whatever in Australia. But Turnbull. Turnbull. Croc Turnbull. His speciality really is taking the piss out of Americans who ask dumb questions about Australia. They can't get the head round how it's summer here and winter there, or autumn here and spring there. A lot of people, they just does not compute. It's kicking off, says Karen. Yeah, I haven't seen anything, but I'm not watching that. I can't talk to you and look there, otherwise I don't see anything too untoward. Guy's trying to get the ball. Oh, passing back to the keeper. Do you know, I'm so old, folks. The keeper not being able to pick up the ball on a back pass, and I can't get it just does not compute. I see the ball go back to the keeper, I'm thinking, pick it up. And it's been about fucking 30 years. I mean, it really has. It's at least 25. Somebody check that. When did the back pass rule come in? Now, it has to be a deliberate back pass. So if it bounces off a player and goes back to the goalie, he's okay. But he has to stand there and make that split-second decision. Was it a back pass or did it just bounce off? I haven't got used to that change of rules yet. It's been 20 odd fucking years. What can you do? Scrolling back. Evening, Smithy, hello Smithy. Evening Mike and Tina, he says. Evening Mike and Tina, then he says evening everyone else. Hello Smithy. How are you doing, sir? Garden had vegetables or looked like a jungle. Well, there's a thing now called a forest garden. Certain parts of America and certain parts of Australia do that better just because of the climate, the heat. Apple tree, different fruit trees, and you grow a banana tree or is it a banana? It's not really a tree, is it, a banana? It's a herb, so is it just a banana plant? We'd argue about that, banana plants and peanuts and stuff like that, stuff that couldn't grow in the UK. I'm amazed now watching gardening programs in Britain, and people are growing corn and, like maize, sweet corn. Sugar beet. I'm sure that when I was a lad, that had to be brought in from abroad. You couldn't grow that in Britain. Here comes Spain again in the box. Oh, he fucked it. Where are we, folks? Where I'm working backwards because Karen told me to look at chat, so I went forwards. Yeah, in film, sliced alone. What have I missed? BBC trying to force trying to force TV licenses. The UK government are trying to make YouTube prioritise official news sources and, official channels. But they're also trying to say at the same time, if those channels are broadcasting live, you need a TV license. And it's not going to be, they're going to flash up a warning. So it's like, if you watch it, now you need a license. They're not going to flash up, hey, if you press go, if you press play, there's going to be no warnings like that. It's going to be the other way around. You did watch it and now you need to pay. Fuck that shit. The BBC are so fucking tight-fisted with it that even if I set my VPN to UK, I can't get BBC shit to play, like the BBC Sounds app and stuff. Yeah, it's not. I'm happy sailing the high seas for most things, but not. You can't do that for live stuff. Karen said pushing and shoving. So some governments are prosecuting farm. It's kicking off. Evening, everyone. It's jumped. It jumped down again. I'm working back. Garden vegetables. Stallone film. I don't know what that was a reference to. I pay in German English. Said I was dumb. I said you must be calling everyone else. And it's jumped to the bottom again. Haaland. Okay. Jar Jar Binks, funny footballer. I thought he's a fantastic. Doesn't he score like every other? Does he still play for Norwich? He played for Norwich a few years ago when he first arrived, and he'd score every few minutes. I'm scrolling back. I want to see what I've missed. Oh, I think I'm back. There's Quantum Chicken League. There's Karen with the flags. Watch news. Maybe American couple. Okay. Karen told me to look at chat. I think I did. I think I've caught most. I was pushing through an Aussie man. Have you gone quiet on me, folks? There's not a lot of chat messages. 44. So we're here or hereabouts. Let me have let me have another sip of my iced coffee. Quick check. Is that just froth or is that a moth? There's a big... Alright. I think the coffee didn't dissolve because it's iced water, because it's cold water, it didn't dissolve as well. No moths so far. I have left the lid off. I feel more grown up just drinking out of a cup that's open at the top, rather than a lid with a sippy cup hole. I'm not a 2-year-old, Never been a fan of the lid with a slit, with a sippy cup. Who else thinks that foreign teams work the triangles are much better than England? They can pass it back and kick it forward and it goes foot to foot to foot to foot. We get bogged down. We get bogged down, it looks like we don't know where to go next or how to go next. Well, we've got 5.5 minutes to go, plus what, probably 4 or 5 minutes. It's always 4 or 5 minutes extra time, isn't it? They don't even call it that anymore, do they? Injury time, sorry, not extra time. Goalkeeper was nowhere for that one. Yeah. Okay, here we go, folks. Let's talk to Trump. That's why you're here. Mark Wacko Jackson, funny footballer. Lost me entirely again, Jasper. Doesn't take much for Jasper to lose me. Does anybody remember Ozzy Ardiles, Argentina and Tottenham player? And then I'm watching The Mentalist, and one of the suspects that they thought might be Red John was a bloke called Ozzy Ardiles. And you're like, where do you get that name from? Hey babe, you've gone quiet on me. I ignored you for a while because you were too quiet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dear. Oh, look at you. Who would think that maybe in a month you might not be here with me? Who would think that? Hey babe, Daddy loves his girl. I always will. We had a conversation today. Well, I had a conversation. I used to tell her she had to wait for me when she gets to the... If there is another side, and I'm not a big believer in God and heaven and all of that, but if there is any kind of higher realm, any kind of second, afterlife, I used to say wait for me, but can you imagine she'd have to wait, what, 25, 30, maybe 40 years? No, how old am I? 50 odd. It's probably not 40 years, is it? If I'm 57. Let's be generous and say I've maybe got 25 years left. But I told her she had to be there when I got to them their gates. When I came out of their shiny tunnel. It's not for me to tell her, but I asked her to be there. You don't have to wait for me, but be there. And then I tried to list the people that might be there at the other side when I got there. I couldn't come up with many. My life hasn't included that many close relationships with other people, including family. There wouldn't be that many people waiting for me on the other side. It'd be my mum, presumably my dad if he's dead, I don't know. Last I heard he was alive, but that's a few years ago now. Dad. The old girl next door when we lived on Beaumont Street in Lancaster. Anne. That's the old girl that watched Mastermind and got a question right and rang me. She rang me from next door to say, I got one. God bless you, Anne. I can't think who else would be there for me. Haven't had that many close friends. Not close with family. Not extended family, really. There's one aunt and uncle. Couple, Final... Oh, no, they've scored again, 3-0. I missed it. I thought it was final whistle when I saw them all cheering. 3-0 Spain. Let's have a look at it. The guy who scored didn't look to have a very Spanish name, Star Baziol or something. Do you want to get a replay? Oh, was he not offside? How could he not have been offside there? Really? He's 10 yards ahead of the rest. I need a different angle. To see the run. I mean, if he's not offside, that's a fantastic run, but... I need a better angle. How do you get 10 yards ahead of the defenders without being offside? They're not going to show a better... Is anybody else watching that? Karen is. And straight away from the kickoff, they put the goalie under pressure. Because why not? Okay, folks, it's 90 minutes in. +6 on the. Okay. I'm scrolling. It was on side. I didn't get a view. This lot did not give me a view where I could even begin to tell. I saw it from down the left wing, and the ball was crossed, and the guy was just already there, so I couldn't see the run. But okay, thank you. I mean, they've got VAR and all that nowadays, so they're, unless it's really, really tight, they're not going to get it wrong. Not often. Has it happened? Have we had any really contentious ones? There was one, wasn't one of the German ones really contentious a few days ago? Big question marks. I don't know the ins and outs because I'm only reading. It was onside. It was a long run. Okay. You got to time it well to get like 10 yards ahead of the defenders and be onside. Okay, we get an action replay of the goalie catching the ball, but I don't get a good shot of the goal. Anyway, folks, okay, we're coming up. We're nearly. I haven't done my intro yet, have I? Fuck. Okay, did I say read the book, The 5 People You Meet in Heaven? Iris, is it Iris? K4V. Hello, Iris. I think that's my first time seeing you, but you're hello and welcome. I don't know if you're a long-time lurker or just a new-time stepper out of the shadows, but hello. I'm not a religious type, more science-based, but you can't rule out the possibility that there's something else. Like, what if this is a simulation, and when you die, you kind of wake up and climb out of the gamer chair and, you know, resume your real life? I've no idea. Again, it's kind of a sci-fi based view of what an afterlife might be. Maybe you get to play again, and next time round I'll be Tina, my doggy. I don't know. Okay. Maybe over time you get like infinite lives, and you get to just keep replaying, or maybe you get to play every character. The moths and the flies and the ants and that'll be like a Buddhist, almost a Buddhist perspective, wouldn't it? The reincarnation, wheel of life type stuff. I'm not big on any of this. I don't know what I'm talking about with any of it, but who knows? I can't rule out. I don't have enough data to rule out the possibility of some of these things. What was the book called? I'll take The 5 People You Meet in Heaven. Okay. Maybe I'll have a look. Well, if here's the thing, folks. Here's the thing. In the last 2 weeks, I have live streamed so much. There's not a hope in hell that I get to watch all of these back. So people make suggestions and give me links and point at things, and I've got a biddy crawling up my naked body. People make suggestions and give me links, and whereas ordinarily I would watch these streams back the next day, I'm so far behind. I've streamed for 11.5 hours one night, 6.5 another, 5.5 another. The odds that I get to go back through everything is infinitesimally small. Okay, let me do should I do the intro now, or should I wait until on the hour? There's a quandary. I couldn't think of the word. Look how bad the hair is. Give me a second. I'm gonna pull out a comb. Take my glasses off. Show myself at my worst. Comb it all forwards. It's all greasy. I haven't washed it yet this year. I only washed it once in the 18 months before this year. I think we're there. I think we need it washing because of all the sweat every day because it's so hot. Especially inside the tent. Okay, that's that. across here. Try not to do the Hitler thing. And then flick it back. And it won't. It's too thick to go through. Karen, where are you? I'm going to take the clippers through the beard again in a couple of days, or in the next couple of days. But I don't think I'll risk doing the hair. But I'm going to wash the hair as soon as I get the nerve. Not the nerve. My washing bowl is broken, and the big bowl, the other one that I've got, is so fucking huge. It would take so much water. Is that it? Game over. Spain win 3-0. I will be there soon to cut your hair. That's what you said the last time. Oh, no, you did cut it once at the beginning, but not again before you went. How's your water doing? I've about finished all of the big bottles. So between you and Josie, Josie and Peter, I had loads of 6 and 8 litre bottles. Those are all gone almost. But I've got almost all of your 1.5 litre bottles that you brought. I haven't done an audit and like counted them up. I should do that, and I should find a better way. I should make a point of putting them more, you know, my lounger, my sun lounger, it's kind of broken and unusable, but it's shaped. I should put them under it rather than, I've got some on this side, some behind, some the other side. They should go under for more protection from the sun. There's lots of the 1.5 litre bottles, but I haven't counted up where I am water wise. No, and, you know, I haven't done a number. Game over. I will do it. Use 1.5. I will bring you the big ones if that's better. It's not really that it's better. I mean, in some cases, like for Tina's water inside the tent, it's easier to pick up 1 or 2 of the bigger bottles and take them in, rather than a chest full of 1.5 litres. But no, you use what you want. You use what you need. Who's coming out this time? Is it just you and your mum? You and your daughter? You and your daughter and your mum? Or is it everybody? We can do this in private. We don't have to discuss this in public. Take this to Messenger later after I'm off. You don't have to. Just you and the hubby, okay? And it's just a few days, yeah? 4 or 5 days, I think you said. And then that's it for about 2 months, yeah? Sorry, we're discussing it in private. It's a holiday law. Yeah, you didn't, folks. Karen was out here basically for kind of 3 weeks on and off. There was a week or 2 she had to go home. She didn't get to go on the beach. In 3 months in Spain, she didn't get to go on the beach. You're shouting at who? You're not shouting at me, are you? Tina's okay. Tina's okay. I don't see anybody. It's okay. You don't have to eat anybody yet. You were too busy. I know you were. Builders and all, and everything else that you got going on. We take it private. We'll take it offline. Okay, folks, we're on 15 now. I will give it half a minute or so, just over, and I'll do the intro. We've had an hour waiting for people to arrive. If you haven't hit the thumbs up already, folks, you might consider it. It's a thing. I like to try and hit 20 on the thumbs ups. Whoa! Something just flew in my ear and back out again. Fortunately back out. Do earwigs fly? Are they called earwigs because they go in your ears? Do they fly or do they just crawl? I remember when we had a caravan when I was a kid, there was lots of earwigs. They like the damp and they like wood. A little bit like, what did I find in the tent this morning? It was actually crawling on Tina. Woodlouse. We had a woodlouse. A louse? Yeah. Lice when it's plural, isn't it? What else have we had? I did see I had a cockroach a couple of weeks back. Just the one. It was off on its... So they send out a scouting party, don't they? And if it finds something tasty and goes back and tells the others with a dance or with a chemical signal or what, then they all come. But it it didn't make it back. That's how they know not to go that way. I'm going to go over here, guys, and look, see if I can find anything. Okay, mate. If he comes back, yeah! If he doesn't come back, no, we're not going there. He didn't go back. That's only the second 4 years, I think it is. Like almost 4 years in the field, 3.5 plus. It's only the second cockroach. I think the first one I might have brought back myself. I picked up 2 baguettes, some ham on Serrano, yeah, and there was something else in the bag. So you know those, you buy a triple bag of baguettes. Well, they'd taken the middle baguette out and they'd put other stuff in, and then they just propped it up against the bin. And I think it's the night I brought that back, and it's been stood against the bin for who knows how long. And yeah, there was this fucking big, I mean, it was a it was one of the biggies, one of the big brown beetles. It's only the second, maybe third cucaracha in 3.5 years. Surprising given the state of my tent inside and the amount of food sat there going bad. I still haven't dug through those bags, folks. I gotta pull my fucking socks up and just... I've still got a cooler where everything in it's probably gone bad. Everything there was some fresh salad type stuff, and then there was some wrapped, you know, shrink wrapped, some sealed stuff. I kind of don't look. It's been so long. The noddy train's just going past the tourist train. I thought I'd give him a wave. Fabrizio arrives and steps in. Karen has things to do. She's stepping out, away from keyboard. Farmer announces his presence. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and subscribe. I was about to say, look how good I am at reading, and then I fucked it up halfway through. When you watch other streamers, like reading an article, and they can't fucking read, it's so embarrassing. When they read past certain words and like it's not even there, or they read what they think the word is based on the first 2 or 3 letters and it's not that word. The quartering. I'm looking at you, pal. Asmongold. Fucking hell. Now he's a clever lad. Now he claims to have just to prove how unclever I am, I can't remember the word. The one where the letters get jumbled up. It's not autism. Not gonna get it. I can tell you. See, I've got my own aging issues where words don't come to the fucking fore. But when you watch someone, even though I can't remember a word, I can read what's in front of me. Sometimes he reads the first 3 letters of a word and decides it's a word and it's not that word. Here we go. Here we go. People driving around pipping the horns because Spain won. We haven't had fireworks though. I'm really, really surprised we haven't had fireworks. Can you hear them? We had 2 or 3 over there. We've got a couple over there. It's not road rage. It's people celebrating that Spain won. Imagine sitting at home watching football on the telly and your team wins, and then you jump in the car and go for a ride around town pipping your fucking horn. What do you do? I almost had the word for when you can't get the letters in the right order in your head. And then it went. It was so close. That's annoying. Okay, I can turn this off now, can't I? I'm burning my gigabytes. I don't know. I'm really protective of my gigabytes, and I don't know why. At the end of the month, I have 150 roll over, and I pay for 150, so I have three. And at the end of the month, I'm like halfway through the 150 that roll over. I don't even start using the ones I paid for. They roll over again. Fabrizio just stopped in for a bit. I have to get off. I will be back in Schwarzenegger. Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back. Dyslexia. Thank you, Andy. Andy's computer tube steps in and Lixdexlia. That's the one, dyslexia. Right. I almost had it about 30 seconds ago. Didn't. I can confirm there's thumbs down on stream, but I'm not using them. Yeah, it's only shorts where the thumbs downs have disappeared. The dislike button. They might be rolling out gradually. It might not be everybody. You know how they are. They experiment with these things. But I've seen a few people online complaining that like I would have this is a shit short. I would have downvoted it if the fucking button had been there. But you're not getting a fucking thumbs up. Yeah. YouTube. First they got rid of the numbers so that you can't see. You know, they used to give you the count of how many ups and how many downs. Then they removed the count of how many downvotes. So you have to use a third-party app that estimates or guesstimates now. There's no fixed mechanism. But if the people, if a million people are running the app, and you get twice as many downvotes as upvotes for those people, then you can extrapolate, and as long as you've got a large enough sample size, which is about 30 in most instances. Sampling theory is miraculous. You really do only need 30 or so people before you can start extrapolating with some kind of reliability. As long as your sample isn't biased in some way, and there are various ways a sample can be biased, but it's an interesting, as a former statistician, it's a really interesting topic. But it's amazing that you can sample about 30 upwards and have a pretty reliable guide to a populace, to a population. It's like, imagine that you've got 1,000 balls in a bag, 500 black, 500 white, and you draw 30. You're going to get a pretty representative sample of what's in there. You might not know, it might not be 500, 500, it might be 700, 300. You don't know. But you draw 30 out, and you're going to get a fairly representative sample. And if you draw 30 out multiple times, you get an even more on target sample. Sampling theory, folks, it is marvelous. Some people don't understand that. They'll see a sample and it'll say, oh, only 75 people sampled or whatever, and they're like, oh, that's nothing. Well, it is nothing, but if they're truly done at random, then it should be representative. And the odds that it strays too far from the true mean, that the sample trait strays, imagine, like I said, let's say 700 and 300, 700 black, 300 white in a bag, and you pick them out. Whatever you pick out is probably going to be pretty close to that. The odds that you pick out all white when it's 70 black, 700, 300. The odds that you pick out all white or all black, pretty unlikely, and especially if you do it multiple times. Sampling theory, it's a thing. And there was Andy arriving. Welcome, Andy, Karen, Bella, Robert, Iris, Jasper, Smithy, Gary, Hannah. I haven't heard, is Gary still here? Robert, hello, Robert. Hi, fam. What are we like when I'm watching Clive or Scruff Dog? They're with Technical Family. What are we? The Trampy family? The homeless family. Let's not go there. We need some terms, folks. We need to think through some adjectives or some. What are we? What do we call our band of followers? I used to go with disciples, but it occurred to me that maybe I was being a little bit big-headed. Fist bump, says Farmer to Robert. There's Andy, Farmer Andy. Everyone's doing maybe thumbs down by accident if some people have thick fingers. It happens. Yeah, I've done it myself, but you can quickly if you've hit thumbs down by accident and you hit thumbs up, the thumbs down goes away. Need to clean my glasses and change my socks. Be right back. I often have to. I put my glasses down here the other night and they steamed up just on the table. It was a very wet night. I did a photo after we finished the stream. I had not pen drive. What's the word I'm looking for? Power bank. I had a power bank sat on top of the EcoFlow. I took a picture, but it didn't. My camera's not that great at night. You had to zoom in to see the little bubbles of water, the meniscus, I'm getting all technical again. Menisci? What would be the plural of meniscus? I'm going to go menisci. I don't like the sound of meniscuses. Menisco? Menisci. Too many fists. Oh, that's what oh, there you go again. That's not why we called. I'm here, and I still didn't do the channel intro. I was going to do the channel intro on the hour. I haven't not done a single intro in this stream. Whoops. There will be people out there that are wondering, what is this? Who is this? What are we doing? Why are we here? The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. There's 3 portions there, isn't there? Delta Mike, down and out, Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that is my false name, my pretend name, my nom de plume, my pen name. Nom de guerre or gar. It's my fake name. Lots of you will know my real name. That's okay. But you can't say it here. You can't type that in chat. You can try. My hater channel, I don't know if he's even still going. I haven't checked in on him in the last 3 months. My hater channel is grief on the top road. Where was that? Delta Mike. That's me. Doesn't matter. It's my initials in NATO phonetic alphabet. DM. Delta Mike. Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo Foxtrot Golf Hotel India Juliet Kilo Lima Mike November Oscar Papa Quebec Romeo Sierra Tango Uniform Victor Whiskey X-Ray Yankee Zulu. I'm just the Delta and the Mike. So obviously not my real name. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. That's a homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say, hey bum, if you're trying to be unkind. Just watch your nose if you're anywhere near me when you sing it. Where was that? A bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeps on the street, or in my case, in a fucking field, folks. Hence the parasol, the fairy lights under the parasol. Those go back inside with me after. That's my light at night. That's my night light. And surprisingly, as kind of dull as it is, your eyes adjust, and it's way more than you need. It's too bright at times. So that's Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. That's a city. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. About 15 minutes south of Alicante Airport, technically Elche Airport. 15 minutes north of Murcia, which is the next province down. We're in the Alicante region, within the Valenciana community, and Murcia is the next comunidad down, the next big province down. We're on the coast, literally. There's a set of trees there. There's about 50 metres of scrubland to the other side, and then there's a cliff on the Mediterranean Sea. Rarely get to see it now because disabled dog. She can't get that far. Not often. Every now and again, she's in the mood. She's got more get up and go, and if it times with me having more get up and go, because I'm carrying the back end, and nowadays I'm also half carrying. I'm pulling up the front end. It's getting hard work, folks. I'm getting a bad back. Still haven't taken any painkillers. I said a few days ago that I might take a painkiller. That I didn't do it. I didn't take a painkiller. We're only talking ibuprofen and paracetamol, but I've avoided either. Scrolling. So that's the name of the channel. The program you're watching is a TrampCast hangout. Used to do a program called TrampCast, where I probably went into excruciating detail of 7 days in my life. People seem to like it. I might bring it back one day. I don't know what I'd do about the missed weeks and months, or whether I just pick up where I left off. It used to be 4 or 5 o'clock on a Sunday, depending on the time of year and lighting conditions. My time, 4 or 5 my time. Knock an hour off for the UK. But this is not that. This is a hangout where I just chat with you guys. TrampCast hangout. We got raided a couple of weeks ago. What did they call it? Wholesome. I was called Wholesome. They obviously haven't watched enough. They haven't watched enough of me. They haven't heard me and my words. All the words. Yeah, even that one. It's about context, folks. It's about context. Words can't hurt you. Why do fathers say to son, go get your oats, son? But they're really protective of their daughters. No, you're not wearing that. Because the son can't get pregnant. You don't want your daughter whoring around, because then you're stuck with children that you, and if the lad that she's with, it's an ancient, it's historical, it's built in. A guy gets a girl pregnant, he can deny it's his and says that she's been with other blokes, and he gets away scot-free. Historically, before DNA testing and all that. You always know it's the girl's child, don't you? There's no doubt in that. So yeah, it's unfair. It's bad. I didn't design us. I didn't build us. You know, if you believe in him, it's the big guy in the sky that did that. He's sexist. That guy's meant to be perfect. This is one of the reasons I'm not a believer. I float more towards the spaghetti monster. I'm a pastafarian. I'm not really, it's a piss tank. That was nearby. That wasn't over at the houses over there, that was nearby. Keep listening out, folks, it might be clobbering time soon. I need to burn some shoes. What? Laugh my eyes, Andy, never mind, change. That was, hold on, I got to scroll back to whatever Andy said. Need to clean my glasses, change my socks. I got another one of those big kind of winged ant things crawling around on Papa Tango, PT, what are we talking about? Over and out. That's a 10-4, all smoky. Now you see, yeah. CB talk and military radio communications don't, it's not just military. In the UK, the police use the NATO phonetic alphabet. In America, they do all that Alan, Bob, Charlie, Fred. I don't fucking know. They use people's names on the whole. I don't know why you have two different systems running in parallel. Why not all use? You've got a system. It's international. If half your in America, everyone's really proud that they've served their country and been a Delta Force fucking operative or whatever. Why have to learn a whole second fucking alphabet? Use the one that's international. Don't know. Wasn't that? There was a. So Herman Munster and the Dracula, the granddad character out of the Munsters, they did a cop TV show before they did the Munsters, if I remember correctly. Yeah. I don't know. What's the temp, Mike? Do you know what? I was watching the football, so I don't know. Hold on. Give us a second. Is this? Whoa. It says 23. I think it's warmer. Let me... How do I get rid of this? I need to step out of this app. No, that just takes me back a page within the app. Get rid of the app. 26. Don't you hate it when you have a what's the word? A little element on the screen that's supposed to give you info. The EcoFlow one's terrible. It's always like 5 hours out of fucking date. It's 26 degrees, but on my front screen there's a icon. I haven't got the vocabulary. An element. I don't know. A block. It tells me it's 23. I knew it wasn't 23. It is not going to get to 23 degrees before 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. 26, which is why I'm sat here. I don't know if you can tell, I haven't put a t-shirt on yet. I won't inflict, I really, when I next do the beard, I need to do a bit of manscaping on the chest and upper arms and underarms. That's one of the things, isn't it? When you catch a whiff of yourself, it's the bacteria that's in the sweat that's clinging to the hairs under your arms, mainly. Get rid of the hairs under your arms and you get rid of 90% of that bacteria and sweat. And this year, I'm a little bit late getting there. I'll tell you what else I haven't done this year yet, still, even though I said I was going to. I haven't dipped my t-shirt in water and put it on. Well, dip it in water, let it sit outside for 5, even in the sun, it doesn't matter. You'll get the evaporative, you'll have as the water, even in the sun, the water will evaporate and the t-shirt will be left cold. I haven't done that yet. And I still haven't found Tina's squirty bottle for ice cold. If I could squeeze it with some, squirter with some ice cold water. I can't find the fucking bottle. I might have to break the rule of a lifetime and walk around the Chino Bazaar. I can't afford to walk around there for more than 5 minutes, so I need an idea of which section a squeezy bottle would be. Not one that's got chemicals or something in, but an empty squeezy bottle. Gardening, maybe? Kitchen? Maybe not. Cleaning. Maybe in the cleaning section. Household. Guess us, folks. Give us an idea. Where do you think that an empty squirty bottle would... I know I've got one and I know it's in the tent, but I can't sit here through fucking July and August guessing at where it might be. I need to just have one. If I have to pay a few... I could add it to the Temu order, which I still haven't put in. Confession time. You guys, some of you guys, donated to my Temu challenge. What can a tramp spend 50 euros on, and how much will it change his life? I've almost got it narrowed down to 50 euros. But it looks like now I might be adding a squeezy squirty bottle. I've only just thought of that. I could add it to that order. Save me. If I go up there and spend half an hour walking around the shop, I'll come back here and Tina will be... Well, she'll be in bits and she'll have pissed and shit the bed in her panic, and it'll all be bad. And she'll have barked and maybe passers-by would have come in, and I'll get back and I'll have people telling me what a bad doggy daddy I am, and all the shit. So we'll avoid that if we can, because you know me, I'm the calmest, friendliest guy you know. I will avoid trouble wherever I can. Until I can't, and then watch out. Where's my cold? I made, if you weren't here at the beginning, folks, I have a bottle of ice cold water that I took out of the fridge. And I didn't make my coffee with tepid water. So obviously it's middle of summer, I'm not boiling water. But the water laying around in the camp here gets hot through the day with either with direct sun or just indirect because of the heat. But I got a bottle of ice cold water out and I made iced coffee. It's just instant coffee and sugar and cold water. That is lovely. Somewhere around here, I have a lemon thing. Maybe that'd help. That might be. It's over there. Look, like a Jif lemon, but not actually the brand. I know the brand Jif exists in America. It's not. What's your Jif? Your Jif's peanut butter, maybe, or maybe that's just their main product. Maybe they do other things. I don't know. But we have in England we have Jif lemon. There's a famous advertising campaign on Pancake Day, Shrove Tuesday. There's a guy with the lemon and he squirts it on his plate. And it's like, don't forget your pancakes on Jif Lemon Day. It's Pancake Day and you're supposed to put lemon in. But this actually, I'm not sure I've ever had any of it, and it seems half empty. It's maybe been sat outside too much. A bit of coffee with lemon in, what do you think? Is that a good thing? In summer? Maybe. I know lemon goes well with tea. Does it go well with coffee? Bailey's does, and whiskey does. I haven't had a bottle of, nobody's brought me a bottle of spirits in forever. Karen was going to as she left the country, and she forgot. She's going to bring me you know when you buy the carton of cigarettes? If you buy enough cartons, you get one with a mini, like a quarter bottle or a third of a bottle. If you buy enough, you might get one with a half bottle. I'm not sure what the score was, but Karen was going to bring me a bottle of vodka. Forgot. It was a little bit disappointing. I'll be honest, that was a little bit disappointing. Oh, that's refreshing with the lemon. I think a little bit of a weird aftertaste. Oh, I don't know. I thought I liked it, and then by the end, I've only got that much to go. So if it's not nice, it's not a biggie. I got a second one already poured. So I had two cold coffees, and I had a cold beer, which I've left the fridge running. Let me just check that, because the EcoFlow that was in there had been on 75%, and then suddenly it was on 50. So anyone who doesn't know, I have two EcoFlows. Maybe I'll give you a quick rundown on what an EcoFlow is in a second for anyone who doesn't know. Oh, it's not. Is that number real, or are you out of date? The app. The EcoFlow app is a little bit... It says it's on 56%, but I'm sure it was on that when I stepped out here. I think that number's wrong. I think it will update in about 5 minutes and there'll be nothing left. So let me, for anyone who doesn't know, this is my... Would you say that I was trying to get EcoFlow sponsorship? I would guess I've been a proponent of EcoFlow. I think of all of these so-called solar power stations, solar chargers, solar battery banks, solar generators, whatever, there's all these different terms for it. Of all of them, I honestly believe that EcoFlow has the best technology. The programming can be a little bit, nah. Let me show you my EcoFlow. This is my original EcoFlow. I think I'll put the light on just to help. So here it is. Now at the back there's a solar input, it's not. It's a XT60 or XT60i. Now what that does, 12 volts or more of solar power comes in and charges it, and here it tells you the middle number. Can you see that? Hold on, I'll come in. 70% charged. How many watts are coming in? How many watts are going out? At the current rate of output, how long will this battery last? 24 hours. Over here, look at that. I'm trying to move my hand based on what's on the screen rather than looking at the real world. Over here, look how rusty it is. That's a 12 volt car output, power distribution port. It's a 12 volt car cigarette lighter socket. 12 volts up to 10, actually it's 13.8 volts, and it's regulated and it never varies from, it might not be 13.8, it might be 13.5, never varies from that. Just 10 amps at 13 volts or thereabouts. Over here, and again I'm trying to navigate with the phone rather than, we've got two here and here, two standard USB-A ports, 5.1 volts at 2 amps or however that works, 5 volts 2.1 amps, whatever the hell that is. Here is a USB-C, just up to 60 watts. I don't know the voltages, and that's all down to the USB-C standard, which this thing, well, which my phone ignores the standard. Here's the important part. Well, actually I use this an awful lot. This powers my fridge freezer, Tramp field fridge freezer, I know. But over here, that's an actual proper real Spanish power socket, 220 volts, and it will do up to, is it 300 watts? And there's a feature called X Boost which will double that by playing about with what does it play with? It plays with watts and amps to try and trick machinery to carry on working when it probably shouldn't. So it's not for delicate electronics, it's for things like well, I don't know, heaty things and spinny things, motors and heaters, things that are not, you know, don't go plugging a computer in there while you've got X Boost turned on. But I have two of these. This is my oldest one. I have the next version up as well. This is an EcoFlow River 2, and I have an EcoFlow River 3, which is a later version. Similar capabilities, similar setup, slightly smaller, slightly more compact. Few differences. The EcoFlow River 3, come back to me. The River 3 handles lower input better. It will charge when there's only 7 or 8 watts coming in, whereas this one needs 14, 15. Different software updates affect it differently. Sometimes it needs 18 watts clear. So if you've got 25 watts coming in, but you're using 9, it won't charge. It's all a little bit, you know, it's a little bit whoa, a little bit way. It's an earlier version. But I do love my EcoFlows. And as a tramp in a field with a couple of solar panels and a couple of EcoFlows, I get by, I survive. I can run a fridge, I can run a fan all day long, June, July, August. All day. I don't run it at night, I haven't got enough power. I also, if I'd not knackered my solar panels as quickly as I did this time around, I'd be able to run my slow cooker. I keep thinking about doing some jacket potatoes and roasted onions, but I can't run the fridge freezer, the fan and the slow cooker because I knackered my solar panels. Let me show you my solar panels. I kind of got 3, but that's not what you want to hear. Over there you can see 2 solar panels, and behind them those are resting against an older, more solid solar panel. The older one is solid, aluminium frame, glass, and it got blown over in a kind of 80km/h wind and broke. For the same money I bought 2 flexible solar panels, and I thought, flexible's flexible, and I'm walking around with it. I move them from here over there, and there's crack, 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 creak. Yeah, instead of running at 100 watts like they should, or 80 watts like they were, they're now down to kind of 50, 40. Occasionally I'll see a 55, very occasionally I'll see a 60. Bearing in mind, Spain, clear blue sky, middle of summer, sun directly overhead. 50, 55. One of them gets about 10 watts more than the other. I've only had them 3 months and I've fucked them already. It's quite annoying. My own ignorance, I think. I mean, I could complain maybe to Amazon. You sell them as flexible. It's not like I've bent them in half. I've walked about with them flapping about a bit. Moving them from here to there and there to here. Scrolling, folks, let me catch up with you guys, because girls are sugar and spice and everything nice, and boys are slugs and snails and puppy dog tails. The English version. Snips and snails and puppy dog tails, the American version. I don't know what a snip is. I thought it must just be another word for a slug, but I don't know. Sugar and spice, not anymore since the internet came out. Only we're talking OnlyFans and all of that. Do a quiz, Mike. I can't. What do I know? I don't know anything. What kind of quiz could we do? Something about putting on clean socks. There was Andy. How far behind am I? 23. Oh, am I only 15 minutes behind? Or has it jumped and I've missed a load? No, what's the time? What's the time? 10-4 Old Smoky. Yeah, that was a mixture of CB and proper real professional radio etiquette. I'm saying it won't help. Some of my work shoes in the bin. They're going, oh, do you know, the trainers I'm wearing are, the soles are falling apart. Now, Karen's hubby gave me a pair of shoes, and then I opened my magical clothes box that I only open once a year, and it turns out there was a pair of training shoes, plimsolls, pumps, whatever you want to call them, in there. I didn't even know I had. So I've got 2 pairs of shoes in waiting, but meanwhile I'm going to just wear these ones to death first, because I don't go anywhere. These are thoughtful. Yeah, no, is it a good thought? Is this a discussion I should have in front of Tina? I'd have to look back at the videos. When did my life become confined to this field? Probably about 2 years ago. When she's gone. I'll have freedom. What do I do with it? Where do I go? What do I do? How do I do? When do I do? I mean, I've got valuable equipment here. So I don't want to be broadcasting over the internet. Hey, look at all this stuff I've got. EcoFlows, solar panels, fridges and fans and slow cookers and Christmas trees. If you're here on the 25th, Christmas trees. Fibre optic Christmas trees. I don't want to like advertise that over the internet and then start fucking off to Guadamar or Lasenia, like 12 kilometers this way or that way for the day. But I could leave this field for 2 or 3 hours at a time, couldn't I? Maybe. Start to rebuild a life, maybe. Meet with friends. Instead of waiting for Ismo to come to me, I can go to Ismo and other people. Been thinking about it. It's not a happy thought in a lot of ways. I mean, if you were here, I think it was last Thursday night, I cried on stream like a big tart. Some sort of fucking wuss. Burst into tears. What am I going to do without her? But in some ways it frees me up again, or will free me up again. I'm sorry, babe. I don't mean to talk about this in front of you. And I got a cuddle. I'm still here. You've worked even further backwards, haven't you? I don't know how you do this. You can't fucking move when I want you to move. I don't know how she does it, folks. I'm scrolling. I don't want to. What's your 20? Torrevieja. In fact, if you Google Map Delta Mike, you'll find me. Delta Mike Torrevieja. It will drop a pin right on. Well, actually, it's elsewhere in the field, but you'll have the fucking field at least. If you followed the pin and stood there, you'd see me about 50 meters away. So let me scratch my eye. Eyelid. And the other one. They're both itching. And scrolling. Mike, give us your top 3 films. Grease, Jaws to Grease. Now that's a very gay option. Top 3. I don't know that I can do a top 3. I can tell you that I do like musicals. So I can join you in the gay group. I've often quoted stuff like 7 Brides for 7 Brothers. This is not a best. I'm just going to tell you I liked the film. 7 Brides for 7 Brothers. What was the other one? Was it called Kiss Me Kate? Howard Keel? Taming of the Shrew, kind of. But those are not my best. Oh, my very, very best. I'll give you 2, but my very best by a mile is called Man from Earth. It's a sci-fi film with no explosions, it's provocative. It's a bunch of people sat in a cabin talking. Tell me if you've heard this before. So this college lecturer has been lecturing at a college, a university in America, for 10 years or so. And he just ups and tells everyone it's time to move on. This is what he does. Every 10 years he moves on, he tells them. And he looks like he's in his mid-30s. And they're like, you haven't had 10 years. What are you talking about? Every 10 years you move on. You're not old enough to have moved on every 10 years. There is no every 10 years. And he says, you'd be surprised. And as he's emptying out his cabin, his house, he's loading stuff onto his flatbed truck, his pickup truck. They come to meet him. They come to say, don't leave. And the art teacher sees a picture. Says, that's a Picasso. And he's like, no, don't be daft. And it says, to John from Picasso, or whatever, like signed. The book's called John. And then there's some other stuff. There's a like a archaeology or whatever teacher, and he sees this hand axe, this stone hand axe. This is Neolithic. What was it? And there's these various clues and various things, and they all go inside and they have a drink and they sit down by the fire. And he tells them this tale. Imagine you were a caveman and you've been alive since caveman times. How would you know how long you've been alive? You didn't know what a year was back then. You watch the seasons go by and all that, but how do you keep count? And you've travelled from there to there. You've moved around. And then he says, that's me. As far as I can tell, I'm 14,000 years old. Or something like it. You can't tell. And they're all like, how could you possibly know that? He says, you can't. And I don't know. But how would you know? Have you ever moved away from your hometown and gone back 10 years later and it's totally changed? He doesn't know where he's from. He can't find the place he's from. He grew up, he outlived everyone, and people in his village got all suspicious because he was staying young and alive and they were dying. And they thought he was like some kind of vampire or something, stealing their life force. They're dying and he's staying young. So he had to move on. Chased out of the village, had to move on. And on his travels, he travels around and he meets people. And he goes to the Far East and he meets a bloke who's quite spiritual. Quite spiritual. Little, fat guy, bald head. Yeah, that one. Buddha. And he learns from him. So this is what, 500 BC-ish, maybe a bit more. And he travels further and he takes the message and wants to put forward the message from this guy and tell other people, spread the word. So he finds himself in Galilee. You work the rest out for yourself. I don't want to spoil it. No, I mean I have, but it tells the tale. Man from Earth. I think it's the most fantastic sci-fi story with not a single explosion, not a single special effect. One of the people that's in the this is spoilers. If you don't want to hear, if you want to go watch the film yourself, don't listen to this. One of the people that's in his cabin, in his shack, as he's doing this farewell night, turns to him and says, well, if this is true, did you ever meet anybody from the Bible? Meet someone from the Bible. Spoiler, shush, if you don't want to hear it, turn the volume off now for 10 seconds. Did you ever meet anybody from the Bible? He is the Bible. Jesus himself. It's you gotta watch the film. Sorry if I spoiled it for anybody. I did give warnings, but my number one, my number two My second best film is called The 13th Floor. It's kind of about virtual reality. Guy builds a computer system and a virtual reality system, and the people within it run all the time. They're living within within the virtual reality. They don't know it's virtual reality. And if you want, you lay on this bed, you put the equipment on, and you take over one of their bodies. And you go and you do what you want, and you live the high life. You go off to the... It's not a whorehouse exactly. What's the French thing? The can-can girls. Not folie bergère, but... You go off and do the hedonistic stuff. But then you leave, and they've got no... Where was I last night? Why am I covered in lipstick and smell of perfume? I didn't... What? Imagine how confusing that is for the person within virtual reality. So you come back out of virtual reality into the real world. And then you travel kind of 30 or 50 miles that way. And the world ends. The guy who invented virtual reality within this world discovers his world's not real. He's virtual reality. So there's a group of people who have created a virtual reality, and the people within virtual reality have created their own virtual reality under. And you can move between. 13th floor. That would be my second. Do I have a third? I don't know. I mean, I could go for all sorts. Like, I could any of the popular ones. Your Terminators or Predator. Star Trek's Wrath of Khan, Star Wars. Pick whichever of the first two. Or fourth and fifth if you want to be. I don't know where I would go for fifth. My first two are clear winners. There's by a country mile. Those are my top two. I don't have a clear third picked out. I don't think so. And I mean, I love sci-fi. I am a sci-fi geek. I am a computer nerd, despite my current circumstances, or despite what my current circumstances would point you to believe. Maybe, possibly. Good question. Who was it? That was Robert. Thank you, Robert. That was a great question. Oh, you had Terminator in the list. Jaws. I mean, Jaws was a classic. Yeah. I mean, if you want like a, if you can turn two notes into like a fucking theme tune or you know, an anthem or yeah. John Williams. That guy was everywhere, wasn't he? Star Wars, Jaws, Superman. He was fucking everywhere. I watched him conduct an orchestra of his theme tunes, of his compositions. I don't know whether he's really conducting or whether the orchestra had been really trained well or whether they had a real conductor standing off to the side. I got no idea how technically competent John Williams was, and he was like I think it was his 90th birthday. Is he still with us? I'm not sure. I could look that up, but I'm not. I'm not that bothered about looking up whether people are alive or dead. Andy's got a couple. Al Lewis, it was indeed Grandad, that's right. And Frankenstein was Fred Gwynn. Herman, I was going to say Herman. Herman Munster. I'm British, so we put a H on the beginning of Herman. Which is weird, because if you look in the dictionary at the word H, so the letter H is spelled A-I-T-C-H. There ain't no H at the beginning of H, which is why Americans go with herb and human rather than human and herb. It also follows Spanish convention where H's are silent on the whole. I think this is the thing. American pronunciation follows a lot of Spanish pronunciation patterns. This is where we get a lot of. If you look at where Americans pronounce things different to Brits, and then you look at Spanish language patterns, Spanish pronunciation patterns, there's a big correlation. Anytime they do something different, you'll find a Spanish rule that I'm not going to say every time, but quite often you'll find a Spanish rule, a Spanish pronunciation rule that aligns with their mispronunciation. Why does A or A become O in American? Twat. See that guy? He's a twat. No, he's not. He's a twat. Get it right. How does A? Like the letter A has two. It has two pronunciations. It has A and A. I said this the other day about baby alphabet and grown-up alphabet, or infant alphabet and adult alphabet. However you want to do it. Most letters in English have two sounds. K, well, K and S sometimes with a curly K, as we used to call it as kids. The letter C. But A and A. How do you get O? How do you get twat? There was another word today that it came up in a thread I was in on a YouTube comment section, and me and another bloke, I'd given the example already, and when I looked down, someone else had already given it a few days ago. But it's that. They have a tendency of pronouncing A as O, and I've got no idea how you get there. Unless you're just realizing that twat is a really bad swear word, so you're trying to do it more polite. You're just changing it. Don't know. Right, I got to go and get a beer sometime soon. We are. Look at this. We're almost 2 hours in, and I'm just finishing my first can of beer. Again, I maintain my record of disproving all of those that say I'm an alky twat. I hide it really well. This is why you can't see the bright red schnozzer and the what do you call them? The spider nuvae, the broken veins. I haven't got any. I hide it so well. I must have had laser treatment to get rid of them. Where are you, babe? You're right behind the fucking chair. Of course you are. For someone who can't move, you're a pain in the ass. Give me 1 minute from when I get stood up, and do excuse the as I stand up. And I've only got this much room to get out. I can't move the chair back because she's right behind me. I think I'm going to go and get her. When I come back, I'm going to move her back alongside me where she started. I think she's done it again. I think she's moved into where the light from the sombrilla, the parasol, umbrella, whatever word you want to use. She's moved in under that. I'm just going to hold on a few seconds because I'm coming up for 2 hours in 30 seconds. I know it's after the top of the hour in real life. Let me just double check we haven't got any moths in there. There is. What's that? That might just be a bubble or something. No, it's a something. Fuck. Anytime I don't put the lid on the coffee. Cheers, folks. Yeah, I think I overdid it a bit with the lemon there. Wouldn't have been too bad, but I put a little bit too much in. Okay. Cheers, folks. 2 hours in. I'm just going to go, like I said, I've got to go. I think I've closed the far door. This door's open. I'm just gonna open the fridge, and it's a camping fridge. It opens from the top like a chest freezer. Just gonna go grab a beer. Oh, I might. No, I don't think I need one yet. I might go for a pee soon. Oh, yeah. Ouch. Scratching the back of the hip. Oh, where are you at? Oh, no, no, no. That'll do. That'll do. Hey, babe, you gonna come to me? Come here. Daddy wants his girl. Come on. I need you here with me. Come on. Oh, oh shit, sweetheart. You collapsed. What do you do that for? Come on, this way. Daddy wants his girl. No, I know. It's not easy, is it? It's not easy. Have you? I think you've peed. Okay, it's a good job I moved you. Now you're not lying in your mess. Come on, I got you. Hold on, folks. I do apologise. You're going to be seeing bare flesh. Oh! What temperature did we say it was? 26. This said... Why is it showing 18? That's bullshit. What's that, 18? Don't be silly. You're just feeding me bullshit numbers now. The temperature is currently 26 still. Dropping to 25 in 2 hours. Sorry, to 24 in 3 hours. It updated. Where was I, folks? I was getting a beer. I just fetched a beer. It is. It's not as cold as all. I've saved so much energy today, so much power, by only setting the fridge to like -1, -2. Fucking insects crawling over shit. Yesterday, I couldn't get the fridge to keep going. I couldn't get it to the temperature that I'd set. I was setting it to like I'd set like -5 as a baseline. Because it's sampling a temperature in a specific point next to where the cooling's actually being done. So the temperature it says isn't actually, it's not realistic. If I set it to -5, it's probably only really 0 or -1 or 2 really. By setting it to -1, it's probably +1, +2, maybe. So the beer's cold, but it's not frozen. If this sat there for 24 hours, supposedly at -1, it's not going to come out, you know, with ice crystals in it, like you would normally expect. Let me scroll and see what you lot are saying, because I've been prattling on for a while. Andy's got a couple of pairs of trainers that need replacing. Are they Danny K shoes? Danny K. Danny, who am I thinking of? Danny K. K. The dancer and singer from the 1940s and 50s. Wasn't he Danny K? Where the K wasn't just a letter, it was spelled out. I've got his name right. I downloaded a bunch of his films the other month. What's the dreamer called? The guy who he played Hans Christian Andersen. He played. It's a word that they use for people who make up stories about being in the military. People who tell, like, compulsive liars. Walter Mitty. Is it? Yeah, it is. The desktop site on mobile giving me grief. Why not use the app if you're on mobile? Probably be in a garden section. Be in the spray bottle. Yeah, I would have thought maybe. Although that might be more of a pump it. You gotta expect Jack Attack to jump in any time now. Pump it. You gotta pump it up. Converse was designed by Danny Kaye, the UK electronic music artist. I don't know that one. 70s, we call them plimsolls, Danny Kaye. Plimsolls. So plimsolls, it's a line on the side of a ship, isn't it? That tells you whether you've overladen the ship. Overloaded, overladen. Overladen is the past tense of overload. Maybe? The plimsoll line is a line on the side of a ship. If you put too much cargo inside, the ship sinks this far, and you, instead of having this much of the ship above the water line, you've only got that much, and then a bad sea, some waves and a bit of wind, and you sink. Sure, that's a plimsoll line. Always found the soles a bit solid on Converse. Soles, okay. Are you saying, oh, are you saying, there was Farmer saying, are you saying? How far back do I have to go? Wild West. I created my own reality. Life. Your tent not on Google, my tent is on Google Maps. Shut up. I've seen it, I've been there. Delta Mike, you might have to tell, it might be Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. If you type that, Delta Mike down and out, something like that. I am well known for being on Google Maps and Street View, etc. It's a fact. I've seen it. Petrol station got an orange and Eden Rock. Those are words. I'm not sure it's a sentence. I don't know what that means. Farmer, every time my wife and I have sex, we have a cigarette. The trouble is I'm still on the same pack for 3 years. She's up to 3 packs a day. There we go. And it jumped. Somebody said Mike something. I create my own reality. I don't like, once it starts jumping, it gets really awkward. I'm back to, I want to say I commend you for taking care of Tina. Other people would have not done so. Cheers to you, Mike. You're a good man. Well, did you see that guy's comment the other day? Tina would be better off dead than with you. And my reaction, again, I think this was Thursday night. I think it's the same night that I got all teary about Tina and wept. I don't often cry on stream. I've done it maybe 3 times. I did it talking about the Jabo lady. Why can I not remember her name? Carve her name with pride. SZABO, one of the special operation executive that worked behind enemy lines in the Second World War. There's, okay, you want a nomination for my 3rd best film ever? I'll plug that one in. Carve her name with pride. And it featured a young, oh God, I know the name. So you know the Elsa Lioness program, big in the 70s. It's a real story, people who rescued a lion cub and brought it up and then released her into the wild, and she'd come back and meet them every now and again. Born Free. That was the name of the program, wasn't it? Born Free, free as a, that was a theme tune. Well, the actress that played her in later life, the younger, when the actress was young, this was when she did Carve Her Name with Pride, which is a reference to carving her name on the gravestone. The first time I teared up online was me talking about that film. So I guess that enters my top 3. that solidifies its place. In fact, I'm almost tearing up now just talking about it. What those people went through. I'm a crying wuss sometimes. I like to get my money's worth out of much. I wore the last pair. I literally wore. I mean, when you say I wore them till they fell apart, the sole was a little bit janky. You know, it's flopping about. Every step was making that clop 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 kind of sound. And I'm walking about, and I get over here and I come back. I'm thinking something feels wrong. Why are these stones like in my foot? And the sole had come off. It had come off 5 minutes ago, and I'd not noticed. When I was walking that way, it came off over there. I've gone over there. I've come back. There's still some fabric, but it's almost cardboard. There are some fabrics that are kind of cardboardy, and it was that. I'd left the actual chunky rubber or plastic, whatever sole. It's got that honeycomb kind of inside. That's come off 5 minutes ago, and I've not noticed. Do you know, I think after that happened, I put another pair of shoes on and they fell apart within days. I had 6 pairs of kind of standby shoes, and 3 pairs of them fell apart within a week. These are all like from buy the bins or being donated, you know. These are all cast-offs from other people in one way or another. But I went from having 6 pairs of shoes to one side to having like 2. And one of those is like a pair of slippers, carpet slippers. Yeah, life. You're used to big tent. Could you get used to smaller space? Are you talking about post Tina, after Tina? Maybe. I've thought. I've pondered whether I could basically like walk back to Britain, get to the French coast, buy a canoe or a rubber dinghy, paddle out as if you're fishing. So you're on the French coast, but you're fishing, and you go out a little bit further than would be normal, and then just go, and then get to the other end, and don't head straight for the beach. Fish, or look like you're fishing, you know. Oh no, I haven't come from. I know I came out from Dover. I'm just. I'll go back in a minute. Maybe. Isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? It's only 22 miles if you're in the right place. I think the 22 miles is way off to the east, isn't it? I don't know. I mean, I'm getting fanciful. Maybe if I could paddle out on a canoe and just be doing a bit of fishing, maybe somebody could come from Britain and just pick me up, you know, 3 miles, 6 miles off the coast or something. Fanciful, wishful thinking. Or is it? If any of you lot live on the south coast and have access to a fucking, you know, like a trawler, a proper fishing boat, get on board and just start hauling in some nets or some lobster pots or whatever, you know, and then just come ashore with you lot. It's either that or send the SAS or the SBS to come and get me. Come on, Hereford. Cheers to Hereford. Come and get me, guys. Big battery pack. Is this when we were talking? Hold on, I gotta see a good deal the day I guess today, big battery pack like EcoFlow, half price at 500 was tempted but can't afford. Yeah, you see, so I had the one EcoFlow river, and my friend got access to a second one and didn't have use for it, so I bought it from Joby. Has Joby fallen out with me? Joby, what the fuck's going on, lad? He said he said he was changing phones and we lost touch, and he hasn't stopped by or been by or have I done something? I'm not sure. Have I upset him? I don't know what I might have done. I mean, you never know. When you come on stream and you start talking for 4 or 5 hours and you mention people, maybe you reveal info that they didn't want revealing. I try to be sensitive around other people's info and what, but in talking about someone in passing, sometimes you might say things that they didn't want saying. So to anyone that I've ever done that to, I apologise, but reconnect. You are live. Thank you. If there's anybody out there where I've revealed info that they would have rather I didn't, rather than just blanking me and disappearing out of my life, just call me a cunt and tell me not to do it again and tell me what I did wrong. I can correct, I can make a point of not doing it again. If you just disappear from my life and we kind of fall out without even knowing it, if we're friends, we should be friends. It shouldn't matter, you know, if I fuck up one time, just say, look, you fucked up. I didn't want people to know that. Okay, sorry, I apologise and will not. I'll make a point of never discussing you online again. Where was I? So I got the one EcoFlow. My friend got access to a second EcoFlow river and I paid him for it. And then he got access to a Bluetti, is it a C300, an A300, A1? I don't remember what it was. I think it had it had a kilowatt hour of power storage. That would make it a 100 rather than a 300. They drop a digit from the total capacity, and that's the number. I don't remember the letter, but he got access to another thing, and he might have got it thinking I'd take it, but I just spent all my money getting the other thing off him, getting the second river, EcoFlow river. If I'd not got that, I could have probably get an extra 100 and bought the, you know, the Bluetti. A giga, it's not giga, killer. The kilowatt hour, so that's 4 times as much storage as either of my rivers, or twice as much as both of my rivers put together. But that's not the main thing, it's the output power. It would have powered an air fryer. It would have powered almost anything. I could have had an air fryer and a microwave. Probably would have powered a fucking washing machine. Maybe not a washing machine. Electric kettle, maybe. Low and slow, but probably. Electric kettles, typically British electric kettles at least, run at 2 kilowatt hours. Our main supply goes to 3 kilowatt. 3 kilowatts, not kilowatt hours. Output's an instantaneous measure. UK sockets go to 3 kilowatts. Probably Spanish will be similar, but a kettle is about 2 kilowatts. If you power it with 1 kilowatt, it'll work. It'll just take twice as long. I kind of wish I'd not bought the second EcoFlow. It's one of those hindsight things, isn't it? If I'd known then what I know now. But I was happy. I am happy. I am happy with my second EcoFlow. It's just what's the word? It's the circumstances. It's the timing. It was unfortunate. Now I don't know whether he spent money getting this thing, assuming I'd just take it off him and pay whatever he wanted. But I don't have magic funds. Look how long it took me to scrape together €50 to put in a Temu order. which I've still not put in. That's going tomorrow. I will promise you this now. What's tomorrow? Is tomorrow Friday? Tomorrow's Friday. Yeah. Okay, so tomorrow night we'll do a TrampCast live, because Friday we usually do one. Not always, but usually. By the time I see you again, I will have finalised that Temu order. You know, my main sticking point is these earphones. It sounds silly, but because I've got two devices, a phone and a tablet, and one's got a, you know, the 3.1 earphone jack, and one's USB-C. I'm hung up on what to do about earphones. I'm halting the order over €3. I've got to get the best value for your money. The guys that contributed, the guys that donated, the ladies and gents that contributed, and whose money I'm putting towards this, I don't feel I can be too willy-nilly about it. The main thing I'm going to get is one of these fans that spritz water, and, you know, a swamp cooler. That for me. Now I have to. I don't want to buy a Duff one, so I haven't gone for the cheapest one. I've gone up a level. So instead of €13, it's like 16 something or other. I don't know whether that makes a difference. It is just a fan with some water soaking into some cardboard, and maybe a couple of jets of water being blown out. I don't know. What do you do, folks? It's a tramp in a field who has a tent and a dying dog. Little tug of the heartstrings. PayPal link if you want to help a tramp out. I think I mentioned it because when I started the stream I'd not posted the link, so I had to go in and create it and pin it. But since then I haven't mentioned it. So the Temu order is finalised. I'm not looking for donations for the Temu order, unless you want to help me fund another €50 Temu order in 2 or 3 months. If you stipulate this is for your next Temu order, I promise I honour all stipulations to the absolute best of my ability. It's not for beer. Go get yourself a beer. It's for fish and chips. It's towards a Temu order. Don't spend it on this, spend it on that. I honour all stipulations for all donations to the best. Now, if you sent me something and said, oh, it's for fish and chips, and I was down to my last €5 in the world, it's probably not going to go on fish and chips. Because realities of life. If I'm down to my last money in the world, a 10 or 15 euro for one meal probably isn't going to happen when I'm on my last money in the world. This eye's really off, isn't it? Where am I looking? I should look here, but I look here, which to the camera looks wrong. That's bad. Cheers, folks. You know how lager and lime's a thing? Well, I guess a shandy, that's lager and lemon, isn't it? If I put a little squirt of, I've got the lemon still. I don't know how I'm so far down there. I'm just gonna, I don't want to overdo it like I did with that coffee. Did I finish that? I did, just the dregs. Where's the other, oh, I can't get the other coffee because the tablet's leaning against it. Let's have a go at this. Lager and lemon rather than lager and lime. I've overdone it again. A little bit too much again. Would have been nice. Overdone it. It's not bad. See a good deal the day, big battery pack. Okay, yeah, like the price at 500. I saw one. Here's a deceptive thing. I was searching for EcoFlow Delta the other day. So Delta, again, this is the one that starts at 1 kilowatt hour, goes up to 2 or 3, and then there are additional batteries that you can buy and to add on. Google was listing them as like 70 odd euro. Seriously. It wasn't like the box it comes in, it wasn't a backup thing, it wasn't an extended back. They were listing EcoFlow Delta. These things cost 900 plus or minus. They were listing them at like 70 fucking euros. And you're looking at it and you're looking for the catch. What? You know, like when people were selling, when Xbox first came out, I think it was when the Xbox One first came out, not the original, the one that was called Xbox One. It was like the third or fourth Xbox. People were selling Xbox boxes for 300 quid. Now they were making it quite clear in their listing, Xbox box, but some people does not compute. Just they thought they were buying an Xbox for 300 quid, and they got, you know, they managed to rip themselves off. The listing was quite clear, Xbox, like one word, and then a space, and then the word box. Because it was a new thing, they figured the box might be worth something as a collector's item, so they were selling the box. And some people bought an Xbox box, thinking it was an Xbox. But how do you list an EcoFlow Delta for 70, 75, 78? I saw multiple listings. Not just listings, but you know, when you search for a product in Google and you get a box of the pictures and links to stores and things, Leroy Merlin and Argos and Amazon, and it was a featured box at the top. How does that work? I'm not rich enough to blow 70 odd euros to find out it's a scam, you know, like to prove it's a scam. I get by month to month, just about. My friend Karen, who was here earlier, put some money on my card for me. I sent her the PayPal money. She got a prepaid debit card in her name, and that's what I use in shops when I haven't got cash. At the minute, I'm down to my last 10 euros in real world cash, but I've got the PayPal funny money. I send her the Monopoly money, the PayPal funny money. She puts it on the card. There's a little loss there. I have to pay for some fees. I presume she loses some, but she always says not. I pay some fees on top. We probably get ripped off. It has to go from euros to her account in pounds, and then she puts it on the card in euros. We're probably losing twice on the conversions. But she puts some money on my card, and that's how I get by. Either if someone gives me the money that I've got here now, my friend Tom gave me, it must be 5 or 6 weeks ago now. As he left the country, he gave me a 50 euro note, and I've still got a little bit of that left. I've got a tenner left of that, maybe a little. I got a tenner as a note and a pocket full of shrapnel. But Karen did me the favour of converting my PayPal, some of my PayPal funny money onto the card, so that I can do the tippy tappy across in the Chino Bazaar, and it very occasionally off up at Aldi, and even more occasionally, maybe once a year, I'll go further and I'll go to Mercadona. Christmas last time. I've got a whole bunch of food sat here going off though. I got to get on with that. And I'm not eating. I'm still not eating, folks. Have I eaten today? I have not. Not an ounce of food today. Yesterday I ate, if you open a pack of biscuits and you take that much of a stack of biscuits, it's maybe 6 biscuits. I think that's it for yesterday. I haven't eaten. So I wake up in the morning and I tell myself, I've got bacon, I've got sausages, I've got eggs. Then I've got the cauliflower and the cabbage that I could add to it for an extra bit of something. And then it just gets so hot so quick. I wake up. I'm probably awake at 4 or 5 in the morning. I'll be awake, and then I'll have a little snooze, and then I'll wake up at 7, and the tent's already too hot. As soon as the sun is partially on the tent, it's stifling, and I have to come and open both doors to try and get the airflow. And I don't feel like eating. And then I tell myself, well, maybe this afternoon I'll cook something. I've got potatoes, I've got onions. Maybe I'll do some chips, fries, whatever you want to call them. It's too hot. So I tell myself, well, I'll do it this evening. Before I go live, I'll make a plate of chips. Okay, I've got packet mashed potato. Maybe I'll just boil some water, I'll make some mash, and I'll put some gravy granules or some kind of flavouring, or mix some soup in or something with it, give it a flavour. Too hot. Don't feel like it. It doesn't happen. I don't remember the last time I ate anything proper. I'll tell you what it was that I did have. It was the fajita wraps, the tortilla wraps. And I had some cheese and onion with mayonnaise. The day before that, I did the same thing with some salad cream. The only condiment that has ever gone off on me, when I got the salad cream. Now, if you're not British, you don't know what salad cream is. Like a more vinegary mayonnaise. It's that is typically had with salad, hence the name salad cream. That was distinctly frothy in the mouth. That was a little bit bubbly and more vinegary than it should have been. That is the only condiment. My tent reaches 50 degrees Celsius at the top. These things are on a shelf maybe halfway up. Ketchup, mayonnaise, barbecue sauce. What's your other one in America that everyone... Ranch. Nothing has ever gone off. No, you guys that keep your condiments in the fridge, you're fucking kidding yourself. 50 degrees Celsius, on and off, on and off, on and off. Months and months and months. All of this used within, once opened, used within 21 days. No. 3 months, 6 months, a year. Nothing's ever gone off. I've just had my first thing go off. And it was English salad cream, Heinz salad cream. And even then, it wasn't that off. I still ate the tortilla wrap with the food in it, with the cheese and onion in it. How did I get here? I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about food going off, but what was the topic? Who's the president? What year is this? Big battery pack, EcoFlow, okay. You're used to big tent, could you do the muted solar panels? Yeah, I've bollocksed them by breaking the internal bus bars, I guess there would be. The metallic strips that join consecutive cell, are they cells? I think cells is the right word. So when you look at a solar panel, each cell, each square, the big square, not the tiny little, well, I guess those might be cells and each one's a battery, I don't know. But then you've got the big metal strips that run around and across and that join it all together, however when I've been carrying them around and they've been going crack, 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 creak, some of it is the lamination, the different layers of plastics and silicons, and I don't think they're perovskites. We haven't got as far as having perovskites out in the real world yet, I don't think. But you pick it up and it flops about and it goes crack, 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 creak. Some of it is just separation of those different plastics, but every now and again, some of it will be one of these little metal conductors breaking. The wires, if you like, the internal wiring. I'm trying to retrofit a theory, you know, to why my panels have gone from 80, 90 watts down, 80 or 90 watts in spring, down to 50 and 40 watts in fucking glorious summer. If you ask me now, would I recommend these? No. I should do a proper review video, shouldn't I? I think I did an well, it wasn't an official unboxing with them, I don't think, but I did do a video about, I was over the moon with them when I first got them. The fact that I had two 100 watt panels for the same price as my previous one 100 watt panel, I was over the moon. But I was naive. They say they're flexible. So let's say you've got a caravan or an RV that's got a curved front and you wanted to bend a panel around and put it on there. You'll be great. You'll be great. It'll bend once, and if you fix it in place, brilliant. Good for you. My problem is, mine face this way, and then halfway through the day I turn them around to face that way, and then I pick them up and I carry them across the field and I turn them to face that way. And also, so I'm changing the direction, I'm changing the slope. We get to 11 o'clock, I put them flat on the floor because the sun's overhead 11 while 3 or 4. But there's all that movement and then carrying them over the field. If you ever buy a flexible solar panel, and I'm not saying don't do it, but I'll tell you, as soon as you get it, pin it, tack it. They have holes, they have the grommets on the side. Affix it in some way to some form of wooden backing. Hardboard, plywood, whatever that other stuff's called. Chipboard, and there's another one, isn't there? That compressed, gluey. It's letters, and I don't remember the right combination of letters. Do that. Don't walk around flapping a fucking flexible solar panel around by it, you know. Even if you think you're carrying it, don't do that. Affix it to a wooden backing first. Turn it into a solid panel. Every time it cracks and creaks, you're losing power permanently. I have managed to turn 100 watt panels into 50 watt panels in 3 months. And I only bought them because I'd turned a 100 watt panel into a 40 watt panel over 2 years. Because it got blown around in the most extreme of extreme fucking wind conditions. 80 km/h gusts, and it blew over and happened to land on 3 stones and get smashed to fuck. Don't be me. I'm going to have to go out now and buy some more panels. I don't think these will provide me enough power in winter to get through. In summer, perfect conditions, 40 and 50 watts, okay. Not ideal. I would have liked 100 watts or 80 watts, 90 watts, whatever. I'll make it for. But in winter, they're going to be down around 20. Don't think that's enough. Now, my freezer won't be struggling as much. I won't be running the fan. My demands on the eco flows will be less. So maybe I'll get by. But my personal thoughts are I will probably buy another 100 watt aluminium framed glass, proper real solid panel. And then I'll connect these two in series to have a 80-90 watt string. It won't generate that because it'll be winter. Whatever the panel's rated at, you'll get half because it's winter. But if I connect them in, sorry, did I say parallel? In series. I think I said parallel, did I? I'll connect these two in series. I have to play that back and see what I said, because sometimes I talk shit. It is interesting, folks. If ever you've rambled on like a live stream or on the phone or something, the number of times that you misspeak, the number of times you say the wrong word at the wrong time. Sometimes you say the thing diametrically opposite of what you intend. You'll see it with people who do videos and they'll put a big asterisk and a caption saying, you know, try to correct themselves. Everybody does it. You just don't realise it until you video yourself doing it and then watch it back. Okay, cheers. Where are we? 2 hours 41. 12:44 my time. 1:45. It is now tomorrow. I live in the future. I live in tomorrow. Let me know if you need any lottery numbers. Oh, it's a little bit too much lemon. Maybe I stopped putting that on stuff. I wonder if, you know, I said I don't know why it's as low as it is. I wonder if it's kind of evaporated. It's been outside all this, you know, months. I wonder if it's evaporated, leaving, so the water leaves, but the lemoniness stays. I wonder if it's more concentrate than I would expect. So I'll give it a little squeeze and a little squirt. I wonder if that's just stronger than I would have expected. It hasn't gone bad. I don't think there's anything in there to go bad. It's never seen a fucking lemon. It's a chemical thing, isn't it? Like my mayonnaise and my ketchup and my barbecue sauce, the things that don't go off. My mayonnaise has never seen a fucking egg. Probably. That's why it doesn't need keeping in a fridge or a freezer. This is why it can't go off. Okay, so I've got some sausages that I'm thinking of frying. This is another thing I keep thinking of frying. My mate Ismail gave me some sausages. I'm thinking they're really big, thick, chunky. I think there's 4 in the pack. And I've got 8. I've got 8 or 6 hot dog buns. They're a little bit small, a little bit thin. The sausage would be out of place in there. But cut the sausages lengthways, fry up some onions, ketchup and mustard, and away we go. I keep thinking of doing it. Those bread buns are 3 months old, not kept in the fridge, in a hot tent. It's not a sign of anything wrong with them. Nothing in nature will touch that shit. I promise you, nothing in nature. Over time it might get a little bit more crumbly than it otherwise would have been. I've got a set of them there, and I think I've got a pack in the fridge. I gave myself a rule about maybe 2 months ago. The rule was once a week you have to take everything out of the fridge because it's a top loader. Take everything, make sure nothing's lost in the bottom. Lift the basket out. There's always some detritus in the bottom. Things kind of semi-freeze or you get condensation and then it runs down. There's always some crud in the bottom. So I said every week take everything out, sort through it, look through it, see what's gone bad or not gone bad, see what needs using now. I've never done it. I open it up, I grab what I think I want, and there'll be stuff at them. There's Philadelphia. What's that? What? Cream cheese is the word. There's cream cheese. There's butter. I said I was going to make not ghee, clarified butter, but clarified butter and ghee, not a big difference. You boil it a little bit longer to make ghee. You brown the butter a little bit. But clarified butter, get rid of the milk solids. Shelf stable. Put that in it. I keep these jars. When these things got empty, have I got any here? Empty jars. There are, but they've probably fallen off. Here's one. Oh, it's a bad example because this one's plastic. But I saved them. Might be able, I'm becoming a hoarder. Might be able to clean them out, and I'll find a use for it. Maybe I'll find a use for it. I've got a bunch of glass ones over on the other table over there. On my pine table. Have you... Tramp in a field. I've got a better fucking pine table than you have. There's my pine table. Tramp in a fucking field. Obviously, flat surface, covered in shit. But some of that stuff is bottles, jars. I keep a small number, 6, maybe 10. I've got the plastic Greek yogurt pots, the big ones. I think they're 500. Are they 500 grams, 500 mils? I'm not sure whether they're grams or mils. I want to put some rice in one. I want to put some pasta in another. I want to get organised. But just because I want to doesn't mean that I actually do. I've got more pasta than you can shake a fucking stick at. Please, folks, no more pasta. I think I've got more rice than you can shake a stick at. No more rice until I say yes, rice. Beggars can't be choosers. Unlike Keith Chegwin. Cheggers can't be boozers. Poor fella. Alcoholism, folks. Bloke called so the beggars can't be choosers. It's a spoonerism. Change the beginnings of the words. Beggars can't be choosers. A bloke whose nickname was Cheggers and became an alcoholic and died of complications therefrom. Cheggers can't be boozers was a fantastic spoonerism someone came up with after his death. And I do apologise to anyone who takes offence at that. You have to laugh though. I think he would have. To anyone who doesn't know, this was a children's TV presenter back in the possibly late 70s, early 80s, on Swap Shop, multicoloured Swap Shop. There was another presenter there, Maggie Philbin, and they got together while presenting the show and even got married while still doing Saturday morning TV. It might not have been Swap Shop at the time, but it's a big thing. Us kids, we're watching this couple get together and then they get married. And then he became a boozer, and then she left him, and then he died. Life playing out for kids, for the kids of the 70s. These are the life lessons. I mean, there was 10 or 20 years in between the two things, but still a shame. Would it be crass to say cheers to Keith Chegwin for the memories and the life lessons? Cheggers. That might be inappropriate, but I did it anyway. Say the words, all the words, do the things, all the things. It was intended with the best of intentions. Is that a tautology? Redundant? I'll go with tautology. Scrolling. I like to get my money's worth out. Oh, we're right back here again. Is this where it bounced around and left us at? I want to say I commend you for taking care of Tina. Look, mate, yeah. Not everybody does. You should see some of the looks we get sometimes. Now, I know it's going to be quite a sight, and people aren't used to seeing a dog having a belt around her back. You can get these proper real harnesses, and I've got some. But they have a little carrying handle, and it's not at the right height for me. I'd have to be 4'6" to carry her properly with this handle. So I have just wrapped a belt under her waist. I carry her around. I've shortened the duration between walks. Trying to take a dog for a walk every 3 hours, 24 hours a day. Carrying her, carrying 3/4 of her weight. I'm carrying the back half, and I'm supporting. She will stumble and almost hit a jaw on the floor, the front end, and I'm making sure that doesn't happen. When her weight I've got her. She doesn't like the fact I've got her because I'm holding her by the collar. You know, it's the lead on her collar. I'm holding her up by the neck. But I think that's better than letting her smack her face on the floor. But not everybody sees me as the saviour that I obviously am. I am the saviour, you are my disciples. Do I have a God complex? No, I'm Napoleon. Let's go there. It's jumped right to the bottom. I think everyone's watching footy, says Jasper. Who's playing now? There's still football now? Because Yankee land is so far behind. Let me see whether they didn't have the fucking England match the other day. Let me see whether RTVE are showing any football. If they are, I'll put it on, but off to one side. Where do I go? I don't think I closed it, so it should still be in the recent apps. And it's not. The fuck? Okay, I'll go and open it from scratch. Players there. RTVE. I should load it up with a bunch of Spanish channels, but I just never. I wonder if the apps have moved on yet. So when you watch on TV, there's an audio button and you can switch soundtracks. I wonder if any of them, when they're showing normal on the app, so you can do that on TV. I wonder if any of them on their apps are offering the switch audio tracks thing. Mundial de la FIFA. Okay, no, that's Spain, Austria. Resumen, summary, highlights, I guess you would say. What's now? Directo, indirecto, live, transmission indirecto. El Perro Andaluz. The Andalusian Dog by Manu Sanchez. I've got no idea. Chronicas. Vida El Trans. Chronicling the trans life. Okay, mate, you do you. Film Cowboys and Aliens. Okay. That's Mate Boy, isn't it? James Bond, whatever his name was. 2 channels. He's on 2 channels. Science Fiction Extinction. Which one was Extinction? I don't remember the film Extinction. Unless it's the one with the bubble and an all-female squad and flowers. People built out of flowers, and it's like a body snatchers thing, but is that one? Not sure. I haven't got any football on the channels I have access to. There's no football. Boxing. Boxeo. Campeonato de España. Spanish Championship. That's women. The thumbnails, girlies. I'm not a big fan of female boxing. There's too much can go wrong, folks. I know they test them regularly, see whether they're pregnant and all that, because one gut punch if you're pregnant and bye-bye baby. I'm scrolling. Resident Evil says, make a wind generator. The problem with wind generators is how high up they have to go, Jasper. That any obstacles, even like telegraph poles, trees, they cause eddy currents. They cause swirling patterns in the wind. You have to get above them. So even if you mount one on a house, you still have to put it on the top of like a 30-foot pole, 10-meter pole, even above your house. What the fuck are you? I see lots of people suggesting wind turbine type stuff, or if you're near a river or something, one in the, a turbine in the river. To be fair, solar and battery beats them all the way. It's not even close. If the wind gets too strong, you have to turn your turbine off and lock it up, just like the big ones do. They only operate within a certain band of wind speed, and if you think, oh, there's a storm, those turbines are gonna rip. No, they lock them up. They get damaged. Even locked up, they can get damaged by a strong wind. And your household one, your domestic type size one, they're toys, in my humble opinion. They're toys. You got the ones they use in Australia, which are mechanical, that they use to pump water. The thing spins and it turns a pole, which turns a pump, and they use them for they don't use them for electricity. You've seen them, the metal, lots and lots of fans, lots and lots of little fans in the circle, and it turns into the wind. Those are mainly mechanical, used for pumping water, not for electricity generation. Scrolling, I got to go back away. If you got a boat, would you go to UK? But problem with Coast Guard. Is it a problem with Coast Guard though? My name is Abdullah Mohammed. Throw a passport in the sea. Albino. I'm black, really. Don't be racist and tell me I'm not black just because I look white. Because I'm a white presenting black man. I am Abdul Muhammad Akbar. It's a trap. I'm an admiral. I am Admiral Akbar. It's a trap. Star Wars joke. Couldn't help it. Abdul Muhammad Akbar. I was an admiral in my country's navy. I'm from a landlocked country in the middle of Africa, but I was in my country's navy. I am Admiral Akbar. Sometimes I tell myself a joke I've never heard before. What can you do? Scrolling backwards, Google Maps says 2012 Delta Mike. Google Maps says 2012. What does it say that about? I Bazaar near Green Bin and Villa. Bazaar, Green Bin and Villa. Ranch, I thought it was rank. Oh, the ranch dressing. I'm not the biggest fan. It's like a crappy salad cream. And yet Americans, they go around the world, they go to Italy and get a pizza and then be disappointed that they can't get ranch in the pizzeria. Is it the 4th of July? Not today, not the new today that I'm in. This is the 3rd, is it? Yeah. Saturday is the 4th. It reminds me of the woman who got on the back of her, and she's driving around. They're driving around Rome, and she's waving the fucking stars and stripes, 4th of July, and she's expecting everyone to be like joyous, and they're just looking at the daft cow. Not all women are cows, just the daft ones. No? Scrolling back. A box. Geez, I need some boxes now. I'm really backed up. What? That's not the boxes you're talking about. What boxes was I talking about? Find a Spanish fisherman illegally fishing. Yeah, you see, look, yeah, that. Yeah. A Spanish fisherman who could meet in the middle of the sea with an English trawler. And I just jump off a Spanish one into an English one. And maybe we spend a week at sea and we haul in the nets and I'll do some kind of labouring or wash dishes. I could be in the galley. I can help with cooking the fucking whatever. And then a week later we go ashore just like any other fucking fishing boat would. They don't go through, fishermen don't go through customs. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. You don't leave a harbour, go out to sea and then come back and go through customs. You just leave and come back. Now it's a crime not to report to a port of entry at the earliest opportunity. Now, if I get back to England, I'd quite happily walk up to a harbour master or a customs or go somewhere and say, hey, here I am, I've come back. No problem with that. They're not going to arrest me over fucking whatever shit these cunts are going to arrest me over. They're not going to be bothered. I'm an Englishman in England. Okay, sir, off you go. I presume. Welcome home. It's been a while. Now I'll be homeless in England. With no equipment. Oh, getting tired, folks. We're on 3 hours. I'll try and make it to the 4-hour mark. I can't promise anything. Hey, Tina. You've backed away again, but are you under my chair? You are. Your head's right under my chair. I'm coming to the end of this second can of beer after 3 hours and 3 minutes. Belated top of the hour to you. We're probably about 5 minutes behind the top of the hour. We are indeed. And it's jumped back to the bottom. It's with Jasper is evil. Forget UK, you're safer in Spain. If there's a fight to be had over the whole invader thing, I'd rather be a part of it. I don't know if you've noticed, I am protective. Sometimes aggressively protective. I might personally be better. Well, am I personally better off here? I'm living in a fucking field with mice and rats and shit. Tent falling. If we had a thunderstorm now, I will be wet for 10 hours. My tent's got big fucking holes in it. Now that's kind of my option because I do have my next tent already. It's going to take me 3 days to unpack it. A day to put it up. 3 days to put shit back in it. It's a week's work while it's not raining if you're lucky. Last time we had a big plastic cover from a carport, kind of, you know, a big to put over stuff in case it went bad. That fell apart within a couple of weeks because ultraviolet does that to plastic. Don't know, am I safer here or there? If there's a I don't mean civil war, that's not the right word. I use the euphemism or the idea of a Kristallnacht, but not against the Jews. The Jews are not the... It's that citizen vigilante. I've got that downloaded. I need to watch that. I use Death Wish and the character Paul Kersey as a metaphor, simile, example. Let's just say as an example. Death Wish. You remember the one? Charles Bronson in the 70s. I think that is bound to happen. This guy today, the leader of one of the rape gangs, who's about to be released, he better leave the fucking country soon. He better had, and he better take the fucking rest of his fucking spawn with him. I say you pick that guy and you look back, parents, grandparents, and then you work forwards. All the aunts and uncles, all the cousins, and you take that entire family and you yeet the fucking lot of them out. Go now. You knew what he was up to. You knew what he was like. You knew what he did. There is no way you did not know. He's organising a fucking rape gang. He's having sex every day with different women, different children. Not just having sex, he's raping. That entire family are scum, and the entire fucking lot need to be got. I call it, you've heard of the grandfather paradox when it comes to time travel. I call this the grandfather protocol. You take the evil, nasty bastard criminal and you work backwards to his grandparents. And then you work forwards from those grandparents, every branch of that family. The aunts, the uncles, the cousins, the nephews, the nieces, the great nieces, whatever the fuck. His sons, daughters, grandsons, and you fuck the lot of them out of the country. Set the example and watch the others fall into line. There's already, because of people saying millions must go, allegedly, there's a movement amongst Muslims saying Britain's no longer for us, maybe we need to go. And I say, yes. Bye-bye. You won't be missed. Thank you for the packy shops in the 70s. Thank you for the fact that shops didn't just open 9 to 5. They stayed open well 9, 10, 11. Thank you for that. That was a cultural change. Probably a change that would have happened over time anyway, because it's happened in other countries that didn't have Pakistanis. But now you've outstayed your welcome, you've done it wrong. And I'll say it the same, if you're going to buy premises next to a pub, across the road from a pub, near a pub, and you're going to turn it into a mosque, which you don't actually do, they don't turn them directly into a mosque. They apply for our funds, we fund this shit. They apply to turn them into multicultural prayer centres, open to all. Just take off your shoes, do the washing. There's no chairs or pews and you have to do the kneeling and the... It's not a mosque, it's a multicultural faith centre. And we'll fund that because it's multicultural. All our local councils do that. And after 5 or 10 years, they apply. Do you know what? The only people using it, for some reason, the only people using it are Muslims. We might as well. Can we possibly just convert it into a mosque? We pay for that shit. But they open them in the proximity of a pub and then start demanding the pub closes. Or a cafe bar where people sit outside eating food in February or whenever the fuck Ramadan is this year. And then they walk past saying, you shouldn't be eating, it's Ramadan. Fuck off. Go. If our culture doesn't suit you, go to Saudi Arabia. They're your people, but they don't want you. You're too fucking radical. They don't want you. This is why when they get kicked out of one country, they don't just go next door that's another Muslim country. Those other sensible Muslim countries won't fucking have them. I've gone off on one. I've gone all political. Oops. Zeke Kyle. I am now far right. Apparently. Telling people don't put your mosque next to a pub and then say how haram it is that there's a pub next door to your fucking mosque. Your choice. You did that, not us. Did that. Not my fault. If millions must go. Now, how practical is it that actually millions must go? Here's the thing. I don't think we have the mechanism. I don't think we have the manpower. I don't think we have the wherewithal to physically deport millions. But if we deport a few 100,000, maybe 1 million will get the message and leave. Maybe the next 1 million that were on the rubber dinghy on the way over will think twice and fuck off somewhere else. So for my money, it doesn't matter whether millions can be yeeted out, like actually forced out by us. You make the conditions such that millions choose to leave. Rather than the open door policy inviting them in, we're giving them, what is it, 100 quid a week on a debit card, give them a choice of either an iPhone or a top Samsung, all the credit on the phone, doctors and nurses and dentists coming to them. You can't get a fucking doctor's appointment in the UK within 3 weeks. They've got them coming to them. I'm ranting. I've gone off on one. I'm going to calm down. Forget, this was Jasper. Mike, forget UK, you're safer in Spain. Jasper's in Germany, which is probably the fucking least safe of the countries that have invited them in. That New Year's Eve, when all the sex assaults happened and the police couldn't even begin to cope, there was just so many reports of rapes and groping and sex assaults, and the police just couldn't even track the calls. Never mind to handle the incidents. Jasper thought that on Google Maps you'd better see Delta Mike sat outside the tent drinking a beer. This is really... I only do this, mainly only do this, when I'm talking to you lot. I know I've got this reputation. It's interesting, isn't it? How ideas spread. When Karen and her family come around and visit, they might bring me sometimes 1 crate of beer, sometimes 2, and maybe one of them will be like ice cold. And it's like, it's a shame to let, before I had the fridge, it's a shame, you couldn't let cold beer go to waste. So they might arrive, say, at 10:30 or 11 o'clock in the morning, and it's like, dive in, lad. In half an hour, they're not going to be ice cold. Grab a cold beer while, you know. And it's the same, my mate Anthony. Sometimes he'll bring me a breakfast at 10 or, when he arrives in the country, bring me a breakfast at 10 or 10:30 in the morning. and a crate of beer out of the fridge or freezer. And before I had the fridge freezer myself, so before I could have, you have to understand, I've been here 4 years, I've had the fridge freezer 6 months, maybe 9 months. It's new still. It's new to me. It's a new idea that the cold water, the ice water that I made my coffee with. The idea that the cold is on tap. Cold is just a thing that is just here and available to me. Whether it's cold beer, I've spent so much time this week drinking cold water and cordial. And even I had an orange that wasn't a cordial, it was just a drinkable, like a 2-litre bottle of orange. I've never seen such a thing before, but not fizzy, not a cordial, just a 2-litre bottle of an orange drink. Not fruit juice, just a like cordial that's had water added to it already. But I was pouring that and watering that down with cold water. And giving Tina, when I give Tina a drink of water, I try and make it the cold water through the day. Anyway, talking about you, not to you. Yeah. I gotta go backwards though. I'm still behind. Are you saying you're connected to everyone on stream? Maybe. I just saw red dot on Google Maps that I saw Villa Green Dustbin, Eden Rock, and petrol station with orange and blue S. Eden Rock. I don't know that. You want to be looking along Avenida Peace Price, Nobel, Alfredo Nobel. Sometimes they call him Alfred, sometimes he's Alfredo. The Spanish have this thing about translating names. Annoys the shit out of me. Queen Elizabeth. Reina Isabel. So Reina, R-E-I-N-A, Queen. Reina is Queen. Elizabeth comes out as Isabel. Why? When they had King Juan Carlos a few years back, he abdicated in favour of his son. We don't say King John Charles. Oh, the Spanish King John Charles. Juan Carlos. Respect. So if you shouted at me in the street and you used a different name than the one that's mine, I'm not going to turn around. If you were shouting after Queen Elizabeth, Isabel, Isabel. The fuck? I got my shit. Jump to the bottom again. Can't be cold squash. Try a metal double wall cup. Well, it's not metal, but it is my this my camping cup, double walled, and it does have one of the walls is metal. The internal wall is metal. The outside's plastic. I think. Is it? Actually, it doesn't sound like it. It feels like it should be plastic. It is double walled. It is double walled. I've got these 2 insulated camping cups. That one's silver on the inside. I think it's just a silver plastic. That's double walled as well, but both walls I think are plastic. This one, I think the inside is metal. The outside, that might be metal as well. But yeah, freezer beer, cold beers. When you pull a beer out, it's only happened to me 2 or 3 times, and it's like a slush puppy. You call them that in America. It sounds like an American term. When you take a juice and it's half frozen. I've also heard the word sherbet for something similar, but I don't know the ins and outs of that. In England, a sherbet is a fizzy powder that you put in your mouth and it probably all metal with a plastic. Yeah, it could be. "5 months ago live, you see high building in front of you." There is still a high building. It's over there diagonally from me. It's still there. They're still working on it. They're working on it not at the minute, but this week. There are workmen in there. It's like every 3 months or so, they put a small team of workmen in for a week. It's like the owners just don't have the money to do it. But yeah, it used to be a nightclub and whorehouse. And I'm not kidding. Like in the open, not secretly. Like the one opposite there for the road that is a whorehouse now. The Prime Minister keeps coming on TV saying we're going to close them all down, we're going to close them all down, and the police just drive past and ignore it. Spanish corruption, who knows? Let me scroll. Can't be cold squash. Try metal double wall cup. They keep drinks cold for ages. Yeah, you're like my coffee cups keep drinks cold for 3 or 4 hours, and similarly, if I'd put a lid on, would keep it cold for 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, no, they're both good cups. One of them goes for 3 or 4 hours. One of them about 2. The weaker one will do about 2 hours. Yeah, I got all the gear. I got the gear, folks. You know, for a tramp in a field. My mate Joby, he's got a single wall cup which he likes because he can just put that on his gas burner. He can just like boil his coffee or his soup or whatever in the cup. Pros and cons of single wall and double wall. Freezer beer is awesome. Just take out before frozen. Yeah. You got to get it right though. Just don't leave it too long. I once, in one of my first apartments, I think it was my second apartment. I'd been here about 2 or 3 weeks. Back then, you couldn't get like a 12-pack of beer or what it was. But they'd sell you a litre bottle, a brown bottle that was 1 litre of beer. And to flash, kind of cool it, put it in the freezer, yeah? Just don't go out or get distracted or you come back and the beer's frozen in the bottle. And so I sat it on top of a lamp to defrost it a little bit. That didn't go well. It fell and it smashed the lamp, and the guy charged me he told me it was like €100 lamp. Lying bastard. It was a normal everyday fucking lamp. What do you do? Do many people throw out, hold on. Freezer beers, okay. Do many people throw out good stuff, asked Jasper. Yeah, if I was mobile, I used to get all of my resources, everything I had and everything I got, I used to get from the bins. I've got a TV from the bins. They put out the TV with a bubble wrap over the top and with a remote control balanced on top. And you could just tell from the state of it and from how clean the remote, you could just tell that the TV was going to work. That's why we brought it back. I have a TV. I don't use it. I got it as much for a joke as anything. But I have a TV. Now, if I'd got that Bluetti A100 or C100, whatever the letter was, it was definitely a 100. If I'd got that, I probably would be able to watch TV. Well, I'd have to buy an antenna. But there are USB powered portable antenna. Yeah, it's not like it's got to go through brick walls or anything to get to me. I could use an external antenna with a booster, probably. Or just do what I said and plug my own, download a film, put in a pen drive, plug it in. I've done that before. I think I watched Star Trek, was it 2009? The Kelvin timeline began with, not going to get his name. You know the one. Before Into Darkness and all that, but the new Trek, when they started all that, Chris Pine. I told you I wasn't going to get his name. Look at that. Still got him. I think it's 2009. Chris Pine. Okay, I'm coming to the end of this third beer. Now, 2 things. I mentioned about an hour ago when I went for this that I will need the loo soon. That's a thing still. And obviously I'm now ready for another beer. Ah, what the fuck are you? It's not an insect, it's a piece of wood or something. The fuck? Oh, maybe you were an insect, it crushed. Bottom of my beer can. They're in the field, folks. Could have been worse, could have been a slug. I haven't seen many of them yet this year, but they are here. I've had a few in the tent. Mainly snails, but there are slugs. When I first arrived here, slugs were everywhere. It was all slugs all the time. I've told the story, I'm not going to recap. Right, let me hit the mute because I'm going to step about 3 meters that way. And then I'm going to get a beer. I will be back in, let's say, 2 minutes. I'm back. Did any of you stay? A couple of you stayed. Okay. Oh, you left after I got back. That's even worse. Was it the flash of the naked chest? I still haven't put a t-shirt on. I might do soon. Okay, folks, where are we? We're on 3.5 hours apparently. The fridge there, the fridge on the EcoFlow. It's used surprisingly little power since I've set it to only go down to like -1 or -2. Tina, go. Tina, you're right under the chair, babe. Oi, that's no good. Hey, babe, I don't know why you're doing that, and I appreciate the fact you love your daddy. You can't... No, don't put your foot in the fucking water. You did that the other day, then you put your foot on the soil. Tina girl, I'm going to move the fucking chair, and if you go back under, you're going to get clobbered. I'm trying to move you and stop you getting hurt. Dog. Wow. Okay, apart from me losing my fucking temper with the dog, what else we got going on? Let's scroll. Which way am I scrolling? I was going back. Do many people throw out good stuff? Every time you... I used to have 2 circuits that I walked around the bins, and I would always come back with at least 1 bag full of useful stuff. Almost always. Sometimes 2, occasionally 3. I would take... So, I don't know if you know Mercadona. If you know the UK and you know a Sainsbury's bag for life, the proper real sturdy bag, I would say that Mercadona bags are more sturdy than Sainsbury's bags. And I would go out with one, like on my shoulder with, I'd take something with me. I'd have a stick or a hook or something for reaching in bins. So maybe I'd take a jumper or a jacket and put in there. And I'd have a second one in a pocket. But I'd also, as a real standby, I'd have just your white flimsy normal carry bag, shopping bag, in either in a pocket or in one of the bags. That'd be my... And there were times I would come back fully laden. I got a bag on here, on the shoulder, all the heavy stuff in a big bag. I'd have my handful here, and I'd have a light bag here. And of course, I'm dragging a dog around as well. Back when she could walk, I'm not really dragging her at that point, but I'm stopping her running off or being too much of a nuisance. Day after, I would come back with all sorts. I came back once with about 80 cartons of a protein drink that had been thrown out by, I presume, by a farm, the proper pharmacy stuff. Chocolate flavoured protein drink, just 3 whole cartons in the bottom of a bin. I had a bit of a job getting them out, but so for about a month I was drinking 3 of these a day. What else? The number of times that I've pulled a 12-pack of beer out of a bin. Bottles of wine full. I told you the tale about two big Mercadona bags again, full of, there's a video of that one, of wines and spirits and liqueurs, wine, spirits, liqueurs. Just the first bin here, the one nearest me. Just walking past it one day, and there's these 2 bags full. I was going to, I don't remember if I was going to the park or whether I was going to Mercadona. This is before the other supermarket opened, so that Mercadona was the only supermarket back then. Within reach of here, within easy reach. I don't remember if we were going up. We got across the road, saw this home, just brought them back, put them in the tent, and then went out again. It's not like came home and just got pissed. I mean, I'm not that guy. It is a video. I'm not sure if that's in the gratefully received playlist. I would imagine it should be. It's one of my greatest finds ever. I was on that stuff. There was about a month's worth of booze there. Quatre and Disaronno and various wines, and most of them were unopened. I think there was like a 3/4 bottle of vodka or something in there as well. Frying pans. Almost every bin you look at has got a fucking frying. It feels like it's not true, but slight exaggeration. But you will find 4 times more frying pans than you will any other type of pan. Planks of wood and stuff. Pallets, if you need pallets. I found a holdall that was fully laden, fully loaded with like a chef set. There was 4 or 5 sharp knives. There was bowls and plates and knives and forks and spatulas and fish slicers and like the whole lot. It's sat outside the tent for the last year. It's probably the bag's probably falling apart now, but all the stuff in it would have been good when, you know, when I got it. I've moved the stuff I needed inside into my own kitchen kit, but there's probably a load of stuff there still inside the bag. People throw out all sorts of good stuff. Yeah. Thank you for the question, Jasper. You'd be homeless in the UK. Yeah, if I went back to the UK, I'd still be homeless and it would be colder. I wouldn't want to be homeless in the UK in winter. And probably not half the time in summer. Let me just come back to the bottom, see what the latest comments are that I'm missing. Be right back, air fryer check, Torrevieja. I just noticed Delta Mike Tango DMT. I could have gone with that, but I was... So I'd tried my old username and couldn't log in. I got a new phone and needed to just... It was on the spot, create an account. And I tried my old account, and to authenticate, Google said, "Oh, we've tried sending a text to the phone that's on record." I'm like, that's not going to work. And I couldn't find a way around it. I couldn't say, no, that's not my phone anymore. There was no way. So I had to create a new account, and I just went with. I tried Delta Mike. Well, I tried DM. Obviously, that wasn't going to work. I tried Delta Mike, taken. Stick a Torrevieja on the end. I'm pretty sure if I'd have just gone DMT, it would have already been taken. Could I have gone Delta Mike Tango? Possibly. It's even more to explain to people, though, isn't it? Yeah, DMT. Is that the name of a drug? Is that why it's funny? DMT. I get a feeling that might be a drug. Farmer says, cheers, Andy and Jasper, and absolutely anyone I missed. Oh, did Farmer go? Hold on. Oh, okay. 1:28. I'm about 8 minutes behind. I'm sorry, Farmer, if I missed you. Good night, everybody, everywhere. Just need to be off. Okay, mate. I'm sorry if I was too slow to get here. Whoa! An insect just dive bombed me. Off fishing boat, homeless. No, you'd be put in a free. Well, yeah. I mean, I might need to top up the suntan first. Sign of Nature, Keith. Sorry, mate, I didn't see you there. Is that your first message, or am I just way behind? Well, it's jumped to the bottom. I'm working backwards to try and catch up, so apologies if I do any of these out of order. Love those types of cups. Water tastes better out of them for some reason. Must be the metal. This is the double-walled. Okay, I'm back. I know where I am now. I've seen all of these. I'm back. If satellites can see us, why can't we watch people walking about and moving? Because it's military. The military have access to that shit. They don't just give it to us. It's not like you can just tune into a TV channel or a YouTube station to watch live satellite. They save that for when the SEAL Team 6 are raiding a compound in Afghanistan. Oops, sorry folks. Or kidnapping a president from Venezuela. Freezer beer is awesome. Resident Evil, I don't know how we got make wind generator. I'm going to put a t-shirt on in a minute, folks. Air fry check, Torrevieja, I saw that, lol, Jasper. Made me lol with it's just more to explain to people. Well, yeah, you know, explaining the whole Delta, you know, I did it earlier, didn't I? I ran through the whole fucking NATO phonetic alphabet, which I learnt when I was about 9, tuning in on FM radio to listen to UK police, region, you know, your local police station. But yeah, that whole Alpha Bravo Charlie stuff. Excuse me, I've got the burps, I don't know why. Cat fight, expect Tina to get all... This is wet. Is this wet from my sweat earlier, or is it wet from moisture in the air now? I think things are starting to get wet around me. This is a... What's the dew point? If it's 20 fucking 5 degrees... You don't really get a semblance of dew until you're 2 or 3 degrees within the dew point, you know, above the dew point. You'll get some. Let me check. Oh, put this on. Mainly so that you guys don't have to keep looking at my nips and at my belly when I stand up. But also I am just that, I'm not cold, just that wrong side of comfortable. Tablet. Let's have a look. I'll come back to chat in a second. 20, is it still 26 degrees? 26 now, 25 from now on, possibly as low as 23 for a couple of hours later in the night or morning. It is 1:45. Oh, you fucker, really? Hold on. Which today? Okay. Apparently, Thursday was 28 degrees, right? This is Celsius. They put a little snippet. Temperatures a little, get that, little, temperatures a little higher than yesterday. Yesterday was 28. It's a little higher. Guess how many? 32 fucking... It's an incy wincy 4 degrees Celsius. What's that, about 10 Fahrenheit? A little bit higher than yesterday. It's just going to be 32 all day. Oh, for the next week. Oh, until next Wednesday when it's 34. Just a little bit higher. This is it now. Well, last night didn't get below 25. Tonight's gonna get down to, well, it says here 22, but it, not on the actual guide. It's showing 24, maybe 23. Most of the all of the next week, the nights are going to be 22 or 23. So it's not as bad as last night was. UK is basically a slave ship unless you're minted. Fucking bikes, what is this? Is it the TT? It's Karen. I'm still watching football. What? I don't even know what the football is, Karen. Who's playing? You'd be dangerous in the UK, Mike, as a thinking Englishman. I would get myself in... So if I walked through a city centre or a town centre and there was a gang of invaders, I'd be like that guy, was it yesterday? Guy gets attacked by 3 fucking hoodlums and he's the one the police choose to arrest. Well, that's happened to me in the past already. But yeah, that. The police look at the situation and they decide which is the easiest to deal with. The 3 black guys or the 1 Englishman. And from there, it's an easy choice, isn't it? We can grab the 1 Englishman who's going to be cooperative. As soon as we grab him, he's going to put his hands behind his back like we tell him, and he's going to come. Or we can go after the spear chuckers who pull out machetes or fight and rant and rave and shout and be a nuisance for however long. Did I really just say spear truckers? I think I did. That's the assessment the police make. A woman walks down the street with her dog, and there's a bunch of ninjas. Now, I'm not using that as an acronym or as a thing for I'm not the N word. I mean a bunch of people with covered in black. You know what I mean? And they decide that dogs offend them. Or the police decide that those people might be offended by dogs. So what do? They stop that woman and detain her. You might, if we let you walk down this road, they might get angry. Okay? Is it legal for me to walk down this road? Yes. Let me walk down this road. But they might get angry. Then arrest them for a breach of the peace, not me. Which is the easiest? Grab the white woman who's going to behave herself, or grab 300 Abduls. They do the wrong calculus. Let Abdul get angry and arrest him for being violent, disruptive, breach of the peace, whatever. Don't stop a person doing a lawful thing because somebody else might get unlawful. Let them do the lawful thing and then grab the fucking unlawful fucker. How many fuckers can I fit in a sentence? All the fuckers. The police have become our enemy. I'm convinced of it. The government have become our enemy. The courts have become our enemy. What's the thing with a rape? There was a gang rape, and they got kind of more or less let off. And then there was like an appeal because of a public outcry, so now they've got 4 years. 4 years. When I was a kid, rape was like a fucking 20-year sentence. How are a gang getting off with 2, 3, 4 years? Gang rape. Honestly, Paul Kersey, please step up. That's the name of the character from Death Wish. I haven't watched Civilian, what's it called? Civilian Vigilante? Civil Vigilante? Civilian Vigilante. Haven't watched it yet. Maybe it's on the cards for tonight after this. I would be, if I was in the UK, I would be quite outspoken. Not sure I would become like a politician outspoken. I think I would be on the ground. Outspoken. You couldn't see my other hand. I did have both. I was doing air quotes, but only one was on camera. I watched like Charlie Veitch walk through a town centre. I wouldn't put up with that shit. His bodyguard, Fred, is very, very restrained because he's a professional. It's his job. He's only there to protect his oppo, his client. I wouldn't be so restrained. I'd be dragging one or two of them off down the dark alley. Maybe I'd get overpowered and they'd drag me off down the dark alley. But either way. Scrolling before I get myself in trouble. You'd be dangerous in the UK, Mike. Yeah. It'd be dangerous to me. I'd end up in prison, probably. That was a micro rant. Portugal, Croatia. Who's winning? What's the score? The channel that I was watching, RTVE. I don't think they've. Let me just double check in case I'm doing them a disservice. I don't think they've got it on RTVE. I looked through what they were advertising before. Yeah, it's all the highlights of Spain, Austria. And then it's their other channels, and then it's highlights of all of the other games. Did it even have, let me just scroll back. Yeah, okay, England and Congo. Yeah, they've got, I might watch that either tonight or in the morning. I didn't get to watch it live, but I might give that a go. I might give that a go. Like I said, either tonight or more. I got this, like I said, that film, Citizen Vigilante. I love the Death Wish films. I know they were a little bit corny, they were a little bit over the top. I know the first one in particular was quite graphic, quite, when his wife and daughter get gang raped. He had to set the scene. He had to build the character, give him the reason why. Wife got killed. Daughter was, what's the word? Vegetabilized. You can't say that. Paralyzed. No. You had to set the scene. You had to give him the reason to become the man he became, Paul Kersey. Now, I've mentioned a couple of times that I thought this could end up happening in the UK. I have been contacted by multiple people who tell me it's happening. Vigilantism is happening. There are people out there walking around with one weapon or another doing the doing. But suppressed by mainstream media. Because we don't want to stir racial hatred. Didn't that happen to him in the film? They caught him in Death. At the end of Death Wish, they caught him and kind of told him he better leave town. They're not going to prosecute him because crime's down. We don't want to tell everyone. We don't want to tell all the crims. We've caught the guy who's been killing all the criminals. Crime is down. It's marvelous. So we're not going to prosecute you, but you better fuck off out of town and go live somewhere else. Isn't that interesting? They wanted the benefits of having a vigilante without actually having the vigilante there. I see that kind of stuff happening. We're not going to publicise the fact that there's a vigilante out there, either kneecapping, stabbing, chopping balls off, or killing. Do you remember the thing, was it in Glasgow, where there was a head found rolling down the street and nobody knows why? Makes you wonder, yeah? There's all sorts of speculation about maybe it had been hit by a bus or the mirror on the side. There's a head rolling down the road and nobody's ever found a body to go with it. You wonder. I've been predicting for about 6 months that there would be a Death Wish type. I had no idea this film was under production or on the Citizen Vigilante thing. I think it's set in Germany, so I've no idea what language it's filmed in or released in. I've downloaded it. I've got it. I'm going to watch it. Not sure whether I downloaded it on the phone. Stuff like that. I'd rather download a film to the tablet because bigger screen. A lot of the stuff I watch and listen to, it's better than nothing. For 4 or 5 months, I had nothing, so I'm grateful for having a phone. But having something that's like 6 by 2 versus having something that's 9 by 5 or whatever. It's not even a close decision, is it? Scrolling. I got to be careful. When I go back to the UK, I'm going to be stopped by border control. Andy watched a bit of the footy. That's a different Bronson. That's a different Charles Bronson. I don't even think that's his real name. The British guy that's a total loon killer, and he kills prison guards every couple of years. Is he still alive? That's a different Charles Bronson. Half-time Portugal game 0-0. Just watched I Will Find You on Netflix. It's worth a watch. What's that about? Netflix is not showing the football, is it? Am I on all Let me... Oh, can you believe it? Can you believe it? 3 hours and 56 minutes in, and I've just discovered I've been on Top Chat all along. How many messages have I missed? Apart from all the jumpy uppy downy stuff, but I'm just on the wrong fucking setting. I've got TT Torrevieja. That was the motorbikes and going past. I don't know if they were motorbikes or scooters or fucking not pedalos. What's the other one? What are the motorbikes with pedals? You don't see them anymore. They don't really exist anymore. In the 70s, they were a thing. Mopeds. There you go. Look at that. Even when I can't remember shit, I remember shit. Cheers, folks. We're coming up to the 4-hour mark. It's up to you now what we do from here. I always like to hang on to the 4-hour mark. A couple of minutes over. And it has to be not just on the hour, but 4 hours from when I start. If I go a minute or two over 4 hours, all the post-processing and the live chat synchronizing, live chat replay synchronizing, all happens within 15 minutes or thereabouts, maybe 20. If I don't hit 4 hours, it takes 15 to 20 hours for all that to be synchronized and up for playback. So I like to hit the 4-hour mark. I don't know why. It's become like a badge of honor. I don't know what I don't even know what I've talked about in this 4 hours. But in some instances I've gone on. I've done 5 hours, 6 hours, 6.5, 7, 11.5. On occasion, twice I think I've done 11.5. I only ended then because you can't hit 12. If I hit 12 hours, I'm told YouTube don't keep it. Now, what I don't know about that is it that they don't keep that first 11 or 12 hours? Do they not keep any of it? Or do they not keep the part that's after, the part that goes longer? I haven't been able to verify what that is. I'm starting to yawn. That's a little bit disconcerting. To tackle the yawn, I do have a second coffee. I got the coffee and the sugar poured. I didn't put the ice water in yet. And the ice water isn't as ice watery as it was 4 hours ago. Still cool. It's not cold, I wouldn't say. But it's cool. I'll do that. Put that in. Got to remember to put this back in the freezer after. Spoon is here. And a quick stir. Oh, it's treacly on the bottom. Okay. The the sugar and coffee have taken moisture out of the air. They've turned a little bit syrupy on the bottom. They're not just powder. Come on, guys. Right, I'm trying to think what I should cook tomorrow and at what stage. Tomorrow's Friday. I've got actual hot dog sausages, but they'll keep because they're like in a jar, and those will keep. I've got actual sausages, actual hot dog buns. The sausages are too thick. I would have to cut them down the middle and fry them. I might do that. Whoa, who's that? What? When? Where? What are you? I don't know what that was. Sorry. I know that yawns are infectious. Oh, I've now got that gluey kind of thing going on. That's better. It's gone. I really do need to eat. I can't go on not eating day after day after day. Oh, but then there was George the other day. You see, here's the thing. Let's say I go ahead and cook a fucking batch of chips or hot dogs or whatever. Invariably, someone will then bring me some food that day. So I don't know if you hear, was it Tuesday? And George said, do you want a kebab or do you want fish and chips? And I said, if it's Friday, fish and chips, please. Any other day, kebab. And I haven't heard from him. He hasn't emailed me, hasn't been in touch. I've got no... Do I sit here all day Friday hoping that he's bringing me fish and chips? Or do I make food, fill my belly, and then he turns up? When you're kind of reliant on other people, or when you're relying on the goodwill of other people. Don't get me wrong, appreciate everybody. Just the uncertainty. It's like this, 7 bags of food in 1 week. Nothing, it's 3 or 4 weeks ago, nothing after. If they're going to space 2 bags here, 1 bag, if they're going to done that, 2 bag, 1 bag, 2 bag, if they're going to done that over 3 or 4 weeks. We discussed the word stochastic a week or 2 ago. It's that. You can kind of predict an overall pattern, but it could all come at once, or it could all be spread out, and you don't know. When all the when all the Scandis were leaving, when all the Norwegians and Swedish were leaving for home, it could have happened over a 2 or 3 week period, and it happened over a 2 or 3 day period. I got bags I don't think I've looked in. I'm probably going to find putrefied fresh stuff at the bottom of some of the bags. I'm sure that I've had a glance in most of the bags, and that it'll mainly be dry goods or jarred goods or tinned goods. But there's bound to be... I remember seeing some carrots somewhere. I remember seeing... carrots. That one of the bags, at least one of the bags, has got fucking orange in the bottom. I just know. I know there's a bastard orange somewhere in there, and that's just going to be green and mouldy, and try to pick it up and have your fingers go through it. I've smelt potatoes going bad somewhere, and I know I've got 3 different lots of potatoes. So at least 1 potato somewhere in those 3 different sets of potatoes. And if you've ever smelled, if you've ever picked up a rotten potato, It's kind of solid, but kind of mushy. The skin's holding it in place, but it's mushy. Then your finger goes through. And then you cannot get rid of that smell for about a week. So thank you to everyone who brought me food. Just don't all bring it at fucking once, alright? Okay, Tina. Where's the movement? Okay, you've turned around. How have you done that? Hey, babe. You're working your way back under the umbrella again, aren't you? I'm going to take you for a walkish soon. And that's bedtime. And then if you're lucky, if I'm lucky, that's it until 6 or 7 whenever I wake up. I can't get up every 3 hours. If I do wake up, I'll take her, but it's difficult. And it's tiring. And it jars my back. And she always wants to do the long walk, even though her own body can't do it. I call it the long walk. It's like 50 meters that way instead of 30 meters that way. I don't know, folks. No, I don't have that discussion. More peds every time you go live. Mate, were you here the day that I went live and there was a fucking car crash like 3 seconds later? You probably weren't. That's probably before your time. It might have been a near miss rather than an actual crash. I was never sure. By the time I got up to the top, I went, me and my first aid training, moving towards trouble, trying to help. Everyone kind of started to leave when I got up there. I got up there and there was about 10 cars and motorbikes and whatever in various directions. They all started to pull away just as I got there. Then I came back down. I had a brand new tent. I came back down, I got inside, and I was, so I'm doing all this live. Let me see, does anyone need help? I'll go and I'll do the, I was just showing me, I wasn't wanting to show them if someone did need help. But anyway, I sat back down just as this gang of like 5 Swedish people came to see Tina. There's this one guy, oh, it's Tina. And I've said this before. People don't recognize me. I have never ever been recognized in the street. But Tina has 2 or 3 times. That's my girl. It's Tina! Is that Tina? Yeah. Oh, Tina! People. They don't want to know me. Where am I? I'm gonna jump to the bottom and then just scroll back slightly until I see where we're at. Okay, that was Karen saying, just watch, I'll find you on Netflix. Whoa, I don't know who that was to. Border Force here would say you've got better English sounding than us. Yeah, but when I claim to be a 15-year-old and ask them to look at my teeth, it's not going to work, is it? I was tortured in a Sudanese prisoner of war camp. They pulled all my teeth out. It was real fucking marathon man shit. If I'm going to try and claim to be a 15-year-old and get enrolled at senior school, I'm going to have to get rid of the white beard maybe. Get a suntan. Come up with a new name. Abdullah Muhammad. What are we going to go with? I haven't got one. Stop being racist. But I want my mobile phone and my weekly tippy tappy debit card from the government. I'm also, after I've been there a month and I decide that the army camp that they're basing me in, or the hotel that isn't good enough, I'm going to block a motorway, because that's what you do apparently. You and 2 or 3 of your mates just sit down in the middle of a motorway, and instead of just running the fuckers over, we bring the country to a standstill, maybe. So I'm safe. When I want to protest and demand 3-star hotels not good enough, I need the Sheraton or the Hilton. Man of my stature, obviously. Do you know who I am? I have YouTube followers. About 7 of them. 9 at the minute, apparently. I haven't got contact details for him, Karen. I've got contact details for somebody. I've got one unnamed contact, but I don't know who it is. There's 2 or 3 possibles that it might have been. 2 or 3 people that have visited. Obviously, either they've contacted me. I've added the contact, but not named them for some reason. So that's difficult. Portugal, Croatia still 0-0. Where are we in time-wise? And why is the channel that I watch not? Why are they only showing 1 or 2 games a week live? They've got all the highlights of all the games, but only 1 or 2 games live. Croatia just scored. Oh wow! Are we in the We're in the second half, yeah. I think I remember someone saying it was half time, or was that a different game? 0-0 half time. So now that someone's scored, hold on, it was half time at 1:52. It is now 2:14. Depending on when half time ended, we might be as much as quarter of an hour into the second. I'm reconnecting. It did just tell me I'm reconnecting. It didn't tell me I disconnected. It told me I'm reconnecting, and then it told me I'm live. Good goal, to be fair, says Andy. Okay, folks, we're 4 1/4 hours in. How much longer are we going to go on? I'm not going to go long. This is not going to be a 7, 8, 9 hour stream. I could go either to 4.5 hours or at a push to 5. If I'm going to go to 5, I'm going to need to get 20 thumbs ups. Karen wants Portugal to win. Is that because you like Ronaldo? It's been interesting watching Americans discover football, soccer, whatever you want to call it. But it's been confusing for some of them, because there was that tubby Brazilian Ronaldo, and then as soon as his career ended, there's the other Ronaldo, the Portuguese one, and some of the Americans, they can't track 2 people with the same name or nickname. So it's not just because you like Ronaldo. How's he doing this World Cup? Is he doing anything? And is the other bloke still playing? Is Messi still playing for Argentina? How long can these blokes go on? This has got to be their last World Cups if they're both still there. Even Ryan Giggs only managed to play until he was 89. How old was that cunt when he stopped playing football? Like 50. Let's ask Let's ask, I think he only stopped then because he was caught shagging grannies, wasn't it? How old? Ryan Giggs at retirement. Ryan Giggs' age of retirement. Let's type that out. Oh, he retired at the age of... He was only 40. Fucking hell, a youngster. Didn't Gordon Banks play beyond that? Hold on. Gordon Banks. Or Peter Shilton even. Although... Isn't Shilton another one that retired in disgrace after being caught shagging prostitutes in his car? That's not his full Gordon Banks. Gordon Banks, age of retirement. Oh, he was only 35. Oh, he lost his sight in his eye. Hold on, who else did I say? I'm looking for old footballers. Peter Shilton. Stanley Matthews went on until he was about fucking 50 though, no? Sure he did. Peter Shilton, age of retirement. 47. Now you see, that's a proper fucking retirement age. 47. I still preferred Ray Clemens. I'm not sure why Shilton got the... When they were both parity, when they were both equal, somehow Shilton got the nod, and then all that international experience leveled him up. I still think that early on Ray Clemens was the better keeper. But I'm a Liverpool fan, so I was a little bit biased. Oh, tablets on 4%. That's not where you want it to be. Right, let me put that down for a while and let it charge up for a little bit. Double check that the phone is fully charged. Only 16 on the thumbs up. Come on, folks, we need 20. I might not carry on if I don't get 20. Just scored again, but offside. Oh my God, I need to go to bed, but I need to watch the match. Highlights tomorrow. Tablet on a stand by the bed. There are ways of doing these things. Or just bring the quilt down and sleep on the settee in the living room. Man, the number of apartments I've lived in where I've never even used the bedroom. Adopt the sofa and sleep in front of the telly. I'm not going to say never use the bedroom, but rarely. Honestly, I think I've said this in the past. When they ask about who wants to go to Mars or whatever, could you live this? If I've got a bed and a screen that's interactive enough, you know, that has access to stuff, I'm sound. I lay down on a sofa or a single bed or a window. I used to sleep on a window ledge in my mum's house. We had a big bay window, like a 7-panel, 3 in the front and 2 either side. And it wasn't a wide ledge. It wasn't a wide sill. When the sun was, I could sleep. I could sleep on that fucking window ledge. Nowadays, I'd fill it with tomato and pepper plants, but that's a different fucking question. How are we all feeling about global politics, geopolitics, global uncertainty, food and fertilizer, and are we heading towards food shortages in the next 12 months? What do we all feel on that topic? I think it's far more likely than any other time in my life that we could actually end up with global food shortages. This whole Strait of Hormuz, or whatever you want to call it. Oh, we've got a deal, we've not got a deal. The bastards bombed us, let's bomb them back. Oh, this, oh, that. Who are we negotiating with in Iran? There's these different factions, and we've got a deal with one bunch, but the other bunch is not happy. Then we've got this Super El Nino, Godzilla El Nino, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Normally causes like 1.5 or 2 degree swing in temperature. Best we can measure at the minute, it's a 6 degree swing of temperature. And it's not affecting global weather patterns yet, maybe. But over the next 12 to 18 months, yes. I can't think of any other time in my life, and we've just come through COVID 4 or 5 years ago, but I can't think of a more uncertain, it's not like there's only 2 or 3 possible outcomes, so it's not like that uncertain, but which way it goes. I can't think of a time more likely for the, if you're going to adopt prepper speak, for shit to hit the fan. SHTF. Is it? Was it? Didn't it? I'm talking about within my lifetime. If you were to go back to 62, 63, you would talk about the Cuban Missile Crisis. Before my time. So within my lifetime and within my awareness, so I'd probably have to be 7 or 8 before I had awareness. But from, let's say from 75 onwards to now. If you go 76, we can call it 50 years, can't we? I've never known a time where it was more likely that we could have global food shortages. I know we like Ethiopia and droughts and civil war and famine, but global. Could it hit Europe and America? It's not a far-fetched possibility. Not wanting to, you know, be a doom and gloom, be a doom merchant. But a combination of fertilizers not being available, government actions in Britain with farmers, within Europe and farmers, and then El Nino, upsetting global weather patterns to such an extent. You put those 3 things together, now I'm not saying it's likely, I'm just saying it's more likely than it ever has been before that we get some kind of real serious food shortages in Europe, in America, in the developed world, the Western world, whatever you want to call it, the first world. It's not just fertilizers, fuel costs. If you've got all the food in the world, but you can't get the trucks to drive it around, or the cargo ships, or the aeroplanes, or whatever it is, So the fertilizer to grow it, and then the fuel to distribute it. I'm scrolling. Goal not allowed, offside, controversy. Food shortages and water shortages possible in some places. Yeah. Karen says, oh my God, it's all kicking off. Penalty. To who? For what? That was at 26. Is that now? That was at, it's now-ish. Talk to me, Karen. Talk to me, Goose. 1-1. Goal from a penalty. Who took it? Which side? I don't even remember who was in the lead beforehand. It was Portugal were losing, weren't they? So this is a Portugal goal. Was it Ronaldo who took the penalty? I'm going to guess. It was Ronaldo, yeah. I thought it would be. He's always going to put himself forward, isn't he? And I'm not having a dig at that. I mean, it's taking responsibility. No way can I go to bed. How much longer is left? Can I ask? I have, because the channel. Oh, I'll put it over there. The only channels that I have access to are the Spanish government ones. RTV. Hold on. They call it RTVE, but that's. I think that means radio and I think it's TVE is the name of the channels. The name of the app is RTVE because it's radio and television. I think Andy's on a slight delay. I feel like Andy's 10 or 20 seconds behind. 20 minutes, but could go, yeah, obviously. If it's 1-1, could go to extra time. But that's another hour, Karen, and is it work tomorrow? Oh, you don't normally work Friday, do you? Or is it Saturday you don't work? Friday? I can't remember. Oh, and I'm talking about you in public when I shouldn't be. Friday off. So why do you need to go to bed? What's the problem? I thought it's Friday off. But I need to go to bed. Why? If you're not working, it's not big. You haven't got like builders in the UK or something. Oh no, I'm going to save that. We'll do that. Oh, you just need to go to bed because you're tired. No, you're not really tired. You've just told yourself you're tired. Tired's not a thing. He says yawning. But that's just because we're talking about being tired. See, it has that kind of effect, doesn't it? What's the word? Psychosomatic. That's a good word. For a tramp in a field. That's a damn good word. I'm scrolling. Who's talking to me? Let's have a roll call. There are at least 8 of you out there, according to my probably out of date indicator. There's a better word. I'll leave it as indicator. Who's here? We know that Karen's here. We know that Andy's here. We've got Karen and Andy. There were some others here like Keith and stuff, but nobody said. Is it just Karen and Andy? It's been Karen and Andy for quite a while now. Nobody else is talking. Keith, Sign of Nature, was here at 2 o'clock, just about. So is that half an hour ago? Border Force here, would have you got better English sounding? Yeah, okay. I talk better England than what they do. Who? Jasper. Is Jasper still here? Jasper hasn't spoken for over half an hour. That's most unlike Jasper. I'm scrolling back. It's just been you 4 or so for quite a while now. I can't keep going back forever. I'm going to click the arrow and go at the bottom. Come on, Lurkers, show yourselves, says Karen. Come on, you've been ordered by the mods. If my moderation team say, come on, step out the shadows, come and introduce yourself. Come and say hello. Maybe you were here as a result of the raid a couple of weeks ago. It's not even a couple of weeks. 21st, the solstice. Don Benitez, Parasocial with Don Benitez. Thumbs up if you're here from Don. Otherwise you'll be banned. You see the mods, you're getting the mods angry. Step out of the shadows. If you're away from keyboard, then get fucking within arm's reach of the keyboard. Come and say hello. You know you want to. Otherwise I'll call it quits in 4 seconds when we hit 4.5 hours. Oh, people left. We've scared them away, Karen. It's all your fault. We don't bite. I haven't got any fucking teeth. I can't bite. Look. Here's my normal face. Here's my biting face. Gurning. All I need is a toilet seat or whatever it is around my head. I can do the proper gurning. Tramp in a field, folks. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. That would be me, your humble host. Humble. I used to be arrogant, but I fixed that. I'm perfect now. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. That's a homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Perhaps someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeping on the streets, or in my case, in a fucking field. Hence, parasol and fairy lights, because all tramps should have a set of fairy lights. It's obvious, isn't it? They should also have 2 or 3 solar panels, a couple of eco-flows, a camping fridge freezer, a fan, a slow cooker, a gas bottle and a gas ring, and various lanterns, lights, tablets and phones. None of which I had when I arrived in this field. This is why we have the PayPal link. If someone wants to take pity upon me and try and help me out, I promise you your money doesn't just get pissed up against the wall or injected in my veins or whatever else, you know. It gets saved up, it gets utilized, it gets used to make my life better. Any donations, if you want to make a stipulation, let me be honest, some of it does get pissed up against the wall. But I'm in Spain and beer is cheap. 12 cans of beer for €4, maybe 5, depending where you buy it. 12 cans, that's not the price of 1 can, 2 cans or a 4-pack. 12 cans for €5. But if you want to stipulate, please don't spend my money on alcohol. Absolutely. If you want to stipulate, go get yourself a beer. Go get yourself fish and chips. Go do this, go do that. Don't do this, don't do that. I will honour any stipulation you care to make. I recently did a Temu challenge, or I'm in the middle of doing a Temu challenge. Question. If you give a tramp €50, not you, but as a group, as a collective, if you donated €5 here, 10 there, if you give a tramp €50, how would that change his life if it was spent at Temu? And tomorrow I shall be placing the order. And within a week or 2, I will take receipt of those goods. We'll do an unboxing, unbagging, whatever you want to call it. And then we'll do a product review of each product. And we will later on down the line see how that helped a tramp get through summer. Basically summer in Spain in a polytunnel, in a tent. What would improve my life? couple of things, a couple of pseudo expensive things, you know, a couple of things that are 10 or 15 euros, and a whole batch of things that are 2, 3, 4 euros. Still, still to find. I added a bunch of things to my shopping cart. They don't do wish lists on Temu. And so when I went in my shopping cart, I had about 350 euros worth of stuff. And I've had to say, not that, not yet, no, save that for later, no, yeah, okay, oh, yeah, we'll take that, but no. And I got it down to 80 or 90 euros, and then I got it down to kind of 60 or so. I set myself kind of a semi-hard limit of 50 euros. If it went to 55 or maybe even 60 at a push, it'd be a stretch, it'd be a struggle for me. What that leaves me in the PayPal account afterwards is you know, what I then have to live on. Just need 1000 watts of solar. Aircon wall, yeah. Aircon would be great. I'll go 13 or 16. I think I've gone for a 16 euro egg, like a swamp cooler. Pour cold water into a pool. There are these absorbent strips, and there's also some jets, and then there's a fan. 60. I didn't go for the cheapest. I think I'm going to go one step up. Here's the thing though, folks. Just because you pay more doesn't mean you're actually getting better. You know the old adage, you get what you pay for. But sometimes you don't. Sometimes you're just paying more. And you don't know until you get it and try it. So I've gone for a 16 euro swamp cooler type fan with various speeds and settings, and it's USB rechargeable but wireless. It operates freestanding if you want it to. That's 16 of the 50. That's like that's a full third ish of the total. But then there are other things, like I've mentioned, that there are things to do. Headphones, possibly. I don't have any headphones. If I had a set of headphones that had a microphone, so if it's a windy day and the wind's blowing in the phone's microphone, maybe it wouldn't be as bad if it was a. I've got my hand going down here and you can't see it because I'm. But if I had a pair of headphones in and a microphone dangling down, maybe. And then I asked the question, I think I asked the question yesterday, because one of my phones is a 3.1mm jack and one is USB-C. Do I get 2 sets of headphones? They're only like 250 or 3 euros. I'm saying only, like it's not my money, it's your money. So I can't be too dismissive of it's only this, it's only that. These are the machinations that I go through. Bluetooth headphones would change my life. They would, mate, they would, but that's not the kind of money that I've got. These are going to be wired, because 2 or 3 euros. Andy's been using air coolers for years. Can you give some tips? I mean, as long as you're not trying to cool too. When they advertise them online, some nuclear physicist students the governments all want to suppress it, and it's this and it will cool. Give it 30 seconds and your whole house will cool by 20 degrees. It's like no, we're not. Don't be daft. But my bedroom's 3 meters by 2 meters. Cool that. Cool me and the dog. I'll put cold water. I've got the fridge freezer now, so it's not just blowing it over water. It can be cold water. So the whole evaporative cooling, swamp cooling, whatever you want to call it, I get it. it should work. As long as there's a fan and as long as there's cold water, how could it fail? Unless the device is just a fucking dud. Temu. The device could be a dud. Okay, folks. I'm going to do another 20 minutes maximum and then we're going to draw a line under it. Otherwise, I'll be falling asleep in the chair. When was I last on? Tuesday night. I turned off from you lot and I just sat here for an hour. I did the YouTube. I became a viewer of YouTube and I still just we just sat here for another hour. Yeah, sometimes. Oh, bloody hell. Your only problem with evaporative cooling is when the humidity gets above 80% or so. And it does sometimes, really. So there's that. Some days, the hottest days, it probably won't work. When you need it the most. Historically, people said that, Spain, it's a dry heat. But I'm on the coast. And so it's not as dry as, the rest of the country. Decent Bluetooth headphones will change your life. Yeah, fair play. I made blocks of ice in the freezer. Yeah, I've got... So, this Alpicool, if you look up the Alpicool car fridge or car freezer things, the small compartment is a fridge. The large compartment is a freezer. But most things you want just keeping cool, you don't want to freeze. So you end up running the freezer compartment as a fridge. So it doesn't have two sets of controls. It doesn't, you don't get to control them independently. But no matter how cold you turn the main compartment down, the other part should still just stay at fridge temperature. Excuse me, folks. Bloody hell, I might not make it to 5 hours. But because most things you just want refrigerated. I keep it around 0, plus or minus. I've still got bags of veg from when Karen left 3 weeks ago. I haven't checked them. They may have been frozen and defrosted and refrozen multiple times. Which, as far as I understand it, as long as they haven't got too warm in between, probably not a problem with veg. You wouldn't want to do that with meat. But as long as they haven't got like too far above. Also, the temperature gauge it moves around more rapidly than produce will. I've got 2-3 bottles of water in there. I've got like a 12-pack of beer in there. That thermal mass, you get the whole thing cold. Doesn't matter. That temperature reading that's taken at a certain spot, it's reading the air temperature in one certain spot, probably right next to where the cooling's happening. That's going to be up and down all over. The produce isn't moving around as rapidly. The air temperature might be doing that, but the food's probably on a much more shallow wave variation. If I understand thermal mass and thermal dynamics at all, which I do. So it's that. I watched Tom Hobotech. He tested a fridge the other day. He tested it empty. Why would you do that? He got it down to a certain temperature, then he turned it off, and the manufacturer claimed it would stay like at that temperature or plus or minus a few degrees for 24 hours. He ran the test with an empty fridge. Why? Stick 20 litres of water in it, get it down to temperature, and then see how long the fridge stays at temperature. Doesn't have to be water, could be beer, could be frozen peas, it could be frozen meat. Just get it, just put some shit in it, get it down to temperature, then turn it off for 24 hours. I even had the CEO of the manufacturer saying, "At last, someone who gets it," responding to my comment. It was a crazy test. Why would you test the temperature of an empty fridge over 24 hours? Put some shit in there, get it all down. It's a camping fridge freezer for a start. Freeze your shit, put it in, then see how you go while you're camping. This is what I keep saying to, like, well, I don't say it to EcoFlow, but I say it about EcoFlow and about to any of those guys. I'm not a weekend warrior. I'm not doing 24 hours overnight in a field. It's my fucking life. You want your product testing? I'm your man, living the fucking life. I am Mad Max. I am beyond the fucking Thunderdome. I am the road warrior without a car. It's post-apocalyptic. It's a guy in a field with a tent that's falling apart. Maybe I can get a tent manufacturer to sponsor me. Maybe, if EcoFlow don't want to know, maybe Blue Yeti or who's the orange one? Can't remember their name. It's not going to come, is it? Good God, I know their name so well. They were one of the first brands in this field, in this sphere. Someone going to tell me? They kind of sat on their laurels and fell behind and got overtaken by everyone, and now they're trying to fight back. Orange, come on, all the gear's orange. Pavement warrior, field warrior, ditch warrior, cliff top warrior. Football question: if it goes to penalties, can anybody take them, or only the ones on the pitch? Jackery is indeed Andy, thank you. That is indeed them. Only the ones on the pitch, Karen. So if you want to, like, take off a defender and put an attacker on before the final whistle, that would be allowed. You can make it, or you can use up your full allocation of substitutes prior, but yeah, it's only the ones on the pitch. And you have to name your first five. They have to give them the names to the ref on a card. Sudden death, I think you just make it up as you go. Once you get past the first five, it's whoever is left. You can't be the same ones again coming forward. So you carry on through whoever's available and whoever steps up. Because we had that the other day, didn't we? That was what game was that? Germany, Paraguay. They had the first five, and then it was the first of the sudden death ones. And I think I didn't watch. I'm telling you what it was, but I don't think the spectators can take the penalties. Not yet. It's only a matter of time, though, before someone has a competition where you have your squad of 22 and you do like basketball There's many on and off, and it's not like you've been substituted, you're out of the game. It'll be, you can come on and off as often as, and then you'll have whole squads, won't you? You'll have your defence team and your attack team, and you know, like American football, where when the other side's got the ball, you take all of your side off and put a different fucking team on, a different squad. And then you have your special events team. We've got a free kick. Put a whole other squad on. Oh, it's a corner kick. Oh, okay, let's just put 11 attackers on, or 10 attackers, plus the goalie. I can see that happening before long. It'll be a separate competition, and they'll just introduce this rule where as long as you've only got 11 players on the field, nobody's bothered which 11. Ronaldo is off. Was he substituted for injury or something? Or was he just tired? Yeah, going back to the Jackery thing. Jackery were the leaders in this field, and they charged too slowly. And EcoFlow came along and charged like a fucking demon. And basically they ate Jackery's lunch. They stormed the market and basically became, according to people who know, people like Will Prowse online, according to people who actually, EcoFlow were in terms of the hardware, EcoFlow were the bee's knees. Bluetti are a competitor, they're there or thereabout, and there's that. But Jackery are now starting to kind of fight back with some later updates, but they're still sticking with that horrible shape where they put the handle and it's the devices don't sit on top of each other. And goal Portugal. Are we still in normal time, or have we gone to penalties yet? Why is my phone bouncing around like that? We're in extra time, okay. I forgot about extra time. What are we growling about, darling? Do we need a walk? Okay, folks, I'm gonna take like 2 or 3 minutes. I'm not gonna go far with her, but I'm gonna just pick her off the ground and move her away from her spot. Maybe she'll pee, maybe she'll poo. I'm not going anywhere, really, just here or hereabouts. But she has indicated to me something's not right, and that's the most likely. Don't leave. I will be back. Not for long. I'm only doing until just after the 5-hour mark, and we're on 4:53-ish. I think that's the second time she's kind of... Where are you, darling? I can't move too far. Oh! Hey, babe. Can I get your belt? What? Gotta get your belt. Where are you? Is this you? Where's that? It's around your legs. What are you... How am I supposed to do... What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Where are you? Is it... Have you lost... You've entirely lost your belt. Hold on. Okay, let me put it back on you. Just wait. Okay, babe. You're gonna get up for daddy. Come on. Come on, babe. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go! Up we go. Hold on. Wait. Move away out your spot in case you pee, then you're not peeing in your spot. Okay. Let me... Quick walkers, okay? Quick. We're not going to... We go this way. Through the field, okay? We're okay with this. We're not going anywhere. It's just a walkers. Oh, fuck. Hold on, babe. You okay? You're not going anywhere. It's a long time since you met this way, isn't it? I'm walking. Here we go. Here we go, nearly there. Nearly there. Where are you going? No. Go on, keep going, keep going. You gotta go through here. Oh, you did do a pee on the way out. I can see the trace. Okay. Here we go, darling. Turn around. Turn. This way, this way. This way. Sit with Daddy. Sit next to Daddy. Here we go. I got you. Oh, you've got your head under the fucking chair. Here's your water. Here's water. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on, folks. I'm back. I am back. Oh. Sorry about that. Doggy darling. Priority override. That's interesting. Tina. So there's a. It's not really a path. It's the riverbed, if you like, when the water runs through the field. Tina hasn't been up that way. Oh, I couldn't tell you when. We haven't walked together up through the field that way. It might be a year. She was excited just to be headed in. We only got halfway up the field. We didn't go at the top. But she was excited just to be. I could tell. She just the. Yeah. Everything dog related has gone out of the other door on the other side and up the track. Up the road, you know, the little road here. Roads stretching a bit. We've stopped. I mean, I hardly ever go this way now myself. Occasionally. Sometimes I'll tell Tina that I'm coming out to do something here, and then I'll go off to the shop and back. 5 minutes. She hasn't been that way in a long time. I could feel. It's bizarre, isn't it? I could feel her excitement just at what would you say? I'm not going to say recapturing her youth, but at re-experiencing an old, revisiting an old memory, I guess. Revisiting the past. Just reminds me again that it's coming to an end. That's not why you're cold. Let me scroll back a little bit. Hold on. Karen said 10 minutes extra time, then she said normal time. Do you mean injury time? There's 10 minutes of injury time. I'm lost because I thought something was happening. They looked confused. I need the whistle to blow. I can't cope, says Karen. Is it currently 2-1 to Portugal? If I followed the story, yeah, there. Oh, shaking. Let me check on my EcoFlow that's powering the fridge, because that's doing the last I checked, that was doing surprisingly well. It's 3 o'clock in the fucking morning, isn't it? Tablet is charging surprisingly slowly. Through the day, it hardly charges at all, and it'll tell you. It says, I'm charging fucking slowly because it's so hot. EcoFlow. There we go. It's down to 28%. It was on 50 last I looked. That's not this. That is, yeah, that's a 3. That's the other one. No power going out at the minute because the fridge is on. It's only on 0. What are you doing, darling? Oi. You're trying to move around. Why? Well, you're not just happy to be here with me. No, you're not, are you? She wants to be under the umbrella. I don't get it. The only thing the umbrella's got is a fairy light. I don't get it. No entiendo. I don't understand. Okay, folks, we are at the 5-hour mark. I will be. It's 2-2. They've got a goal go the other way. Are these matches on normal telly? Not where I am. Well, they're not on my app in Spain. But the World Cup's usually on normal telly. It used to be. There were certain events that were protected. The FA Cup final, the derby, the boat race, and stuff like the World Cup and the Olympics had to be shown on normal telly. BBC and ITV had a carve up for a while where alternate matches on alternate channels. I don't know if that still happens in the UK. Out here in Spain, I've got an app for the national broadcaster, and some of the matches are live, and most are just highlights. I was going to say summary, because that's kind of their Spanish word for them. Resumen or something like that. 2-2. Why wasn't the whistle blown? No goal. Has it been disallowed? VAR and all that? Is that the same? Are we talking about the same goal? 303 to 305. I'm lost. Is Portugal still winning then? Or are you talking about like another? Is it 2-2 when someone had another attempt at a goal? Is this my second can of the night or third? It must be third after 5 hours, surely. And I've got a little bit of coffee left and an itchy nose. Haven't been plagued with too many insects tonight, folks. There's a thing. The other night there was flies and moths and beetles, and apart from the one that I pulled out my mouth out of the coffee cup earlier. But apart from that, it's not been a couple of flying ant type things on the lamp. I've not been plagued by stuff. Well, it was fairly clear sky. I saw the plough earlier. I haven't seen the plough in months. that? I can see 3 stars. I think that's it. I can see 3 stars that look like the handle. I can't see the... Oh no, maybe I'm imagining it. It was the plough earlier. That might not be. Don't half look like it. That's the handle. Where's the pan or the blade of the plough? I might be looking at 3 random stars that just look like the handle, because I can't see any of the others. Do you know that see, when you look at the plough, there's the handle, and then there's the four stars that form like the bowl of the pan, if you want to call it a pan, or the blade of the plough. The 2 stars furthest from the handle, they're the pointers. You take that distance, you multiply it by, I think it's 6. It doesn't matter if it's 6 or, and you follow that, and that's the North Star. Those two stars furthest from the handle always point to the North Star, Polaris. Whether it's 5, 6 or 7 of those distances, you spot Polaris. It's one of the brightest. It's not the brightest star in the sky, but it's one of. That's your North Star. At the minute, I've got this lamp shining in my eyes, causing light pollution. I've got a bank of clouds coming in from my right. Quite a lot of clouds behind me. I've got fairly clear above me. Let me show you, just in case you're interested. I am going to call it quits soon, folks, I think. Unless you all suddenly beg me to stay and start throwing lots of PayPal donations. Portugal won, okay. Let me reverse this. See whether... Oh no, you're not gonna... Okay. Up above. You got some clouds. Up. I don't know how well any of that's going to show. And the lamp being here isn't going to help. I don't think it's going to work, is it? You're not going to see the difference between those clouds and clear sky there. And then... Whoa! My chair just gave way. And then... Oh yeah, you can see actual cloud there because of the street lights. It reflects down. Anyway. Where are we? Let me put this here. Keith, look at my chat is jump, jump, jump. I need the whistle to blow, I can't cope. Blow the whistle. They've scored. No, they haven't. Why wasn't the whistle blown? Portugal won. Swung my head left while sitting outside in the dark, saw a ball of light stationary in the northern sky for a few seconds. Watch it dim and disappear. How big a ball? Are you talking meteor, shooting star? Or are we talking one of Elon's satellites drifting past? A few years ago, so the Starlink satellites used to glow bright white in the sky, like a star. And then he got a lot of flack from astronomers, and he started painting the bottom of the satellites black. But when I was first homeless in this field, it coincided with him launching, and they would launch like about 100 satellites at a time, like 75 to 100. And this was before they were painting them black. The sky used to move. Every quarter of an hour, I could sit here and just watch probably 2 things in the sky moving past. I watched a constellation once, I'm looking up at it. I've been looking at it for 30 seconds, and that, like, all this, I swear, this sounds silly, and I've got to be wrong. I must be mistaken, but it's the bizarrest thing I ever saw. I'm looking at a constellation. The stars are stagnant. They're still. And then one of them takes off. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about something came out of off the side and went across the constellation. The stars were still, and then one of them moved. That can't be. So had it come out of view, and I've been looking, and it's come out of view, and I've just not noticed. Seems so unlikely. I was lying on my back looking up at the sky. I was sleeping outside. If there was other I would have spotted other movement, peripheral vision and all that. No, I'm looking at a bunch of stars, and then one of them fucks off. I swear. I know it sounds crazy. Sounds impossible. It is impossible. I say it's impossible. That is what I perceived while watching them. While sitting here, hour after hour after hour after day for 5 months, just looking up at the sky. I didn't have a tablet, I didn't have a phone, I didn't have lights. Once it got dark, I had nothing. I didn't have a shelter over my head. I took Tina basically between my legs, and then pulled the covers over and got into bed, and cuddled my dog, and lay on my back looking up at the sky. And we'd have all this dew that would gather, and we'd get up in the morning, we'd have to take all the bedding off 500 meters that way and go and dry it on some public benches. Come a long way, folks. Come a long way. Thanks to you guys. Thanks to the ladies that bought me the first phone, then your donations, then meeting Karen, and then everything that Karen has done for me, and everyone else as well. But certain major stepping stones, major contributions to that uplift. I haven't got a better word. Have I? Maybe I could think of a better word if I was given enough time. But yeah, it's thanks to you lot. Thank you, Karen. You've probably gone to bed now that the football's finished. Didn't move, dimmed out, far side. Okay. Dimmed out. So you're talking dimmed out. Okay, it wasn't like a shooting star. I didn't move. It was so that would be like a shooting star coming right towards you, but that fully burnt up maybe. So it would look like it was stationary as it barrels down at you. You're lucky it fully burnt up. You might have got one on the conch. People have been hit by, it has happened, meteorites. I think I caught its highest brightness, caught it dimming into darkness and vanished, could not see anymore. Yeah, nice. So you're not claiming UAP or whatever the modern version of UFO is? How does it go? Unidentified aerial phenomena, or that there are various. They tend not. The A isn't aerial because there are some sea-based ones. People in submarines have had experiences. So I don't think the A is aerial. It's like unexplained something phenomena. Abnormal? I don't know. All right, folks. I think we're 5 1/4 hours in, and I think I'm done. I think you lot are done. I think you're sick of me. You don't want me to just carry on jibber jabbering. We only made it to 16. We didn't make it to 20. Maybe on the way out you can leave a comment. Karen's off to bed. I'm about to quit as well, Karen. I'm out of here. In I'll maybe give it a minute or two after the 5:14, after after 5:15, which is 5 seconds. Another minute or two. I don't know why. I don't know why I do that. I like a round number, or at least to be somewhere near, or somewhere just over a round number. Let me work out what I have to do to go in. I have to put the EcoFlow. Oh, where are we for power here? Oh, you're 79, that's alright. I have to put the EcoFlow and the lamp and either the tablet or the phone just inside this door. I have to put Tina in. I have to come back for the Christmas lamp, Christmas lights. Is that it? It's the phone and the phone stand, yeah. I don't think that sounds too complicated. It's probably 3 journeys. Take the heavy stuff in through this door, take the Tina through that door, get the remnants around through that door and lock it all up. I can do that. I can do that. Okay, folks. I thank you for joining me. This was a random one. I wasn't sure I wanted to go live on a Thursday night, but I did. And more than likely, we'll do a Friday night. I might even cook some food at some point. See, it's cool enough now that I could make a batch of chips or fry some sausages, bacon, sausages, egg, and actually sit down and eat it. It's cool enough to do that. It's a little bit too dark to do it, and I don't really want to put like the gas burner on and then fall asleep while waiting for some chips to cook. You know, imagine waking up 5 hours later and you've charcoaled the shit out of your chips, wasted potatoes, and wasted 4 or 5 hours of gas. That's probably what would happen. But it's cool enough that I could eat. It's just the wrong time of fucking day or night to do it, isn't it? It's the first time today that I felt like I could eat. It would just be dangerous to try. Okay, folks, where are we? Going to bed now, says Karen. Took up everyone. Keith says no mods. What kind of mods? Modifications or moderators? Where are we going? I have mods. I have 3 mods. Only one of which was here. No, I'm not going to cook at this time. If I fell asleep and left the gas going, it would just waste gas. 4 or 5 hours of gas would be wasted. I don't know how many hours. I've never sat down and totaled up. I think it's 14 kilos of gas, but this, we've said in the past about how my gas burner is a big one. It's a paella ring, and it uses about 400 grams per hour, just under half. You get about, allegedly, 28 hours of cooking time out of the burner, out of the gas bottle that I have. If I was to just use 5 or 6 hours of that, it basically use a quarter or a fifth of the gas bottle in one night by falling asleep and wasting food. I'm not doing that. I'm going to go to bed. But I'll tell myself now, here's what I'll tell myself: I might get up and do bacon, sausage and egg, and then stick them in a tortilla wrap. I've like a bacon, I have a breakfast burrito. I don't know the difference between a tortilla and a burrito. Somebody help me. We'll discuss that another day. And then there's a chimichanga, which I think is just a burrito that you carry on frying after you've made it. I think. It's a word some people use, like I used to use hurdy-gurdy. just to mean that thing, an unnamed object. I've heard people use chimichanga as a catch-all term for an unnamed or an indefinite item. Okay. Farmer's back. Well, I'm just finishing up, mate. I'm gone. I think I'm gone. And I've got 10 people here. I don't fit. I hate to leave while there's so many. I should go out on top. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't. Consider subscribing. Chili's baby back ribs. Back ribs. I keep seeing these cookery guys on, like Andy Cooks. He'll talk about making a steak, and he doesn't start off with a steak. He starts off with half a fucking... I've got my hands so wide apart you can't see. He starts off with a whole... and then he dices. Then he cuts it up into 2-inch, 1.5 to 2-inch fucking steak. He did a pork chop. I've never seen a pork chop that wide, that thick. I'm like, mate, a pork chop is like 1/2 inch wide. I mean, what are you doing with something 2-inch wide and calling it a pork chop? It's all right being a top chef and saying, first we need some meat. And then he's got like 200 quid's worth of meat sat in front of him. Let's make a pork chop. Okay. 200 quid. What just happened? What, when, where, why? How? And then they start trimming it off and throwing half of it away. I get it with the silver skin. Maybe in the places where there's too much fat, you chop the fat off and you set that to one side so you can render that down into like a cooking fat, into a lard or whatever. But I don't want that bit. I want it to be the same shape or width. So this, you just cut away half the meat so that you get a nice round bit because you want it even or what? That's meat. You paid money for that. Don't just chop that shit up or off. Well, I was leaving. Sorry, I've gone off on a tangent again. So me and Tina just did a little walk a minute or 3 ago. I think we're good, folks. If I can entice her. Hey, babe. I don't think I haven't had any alerts. Nobody donated. How disappointing. Here I am slaving away, working for you for 5.5 hours nearly. For not a penny. It's okay. Let me get my girl. It's not for not a penny because somebody will donate the next time and it will all even out. Karen has to go on. Who let the dogs out? Tina? Auntie Karen? Auntie Karen! She's got to go let her doggies out. Tina's got her back to us, folks. From Tina, here we go. I'm going. From Tina. Back to me. And from me, Delta Mike, out. Catch you later, folks, and thank you. Laters. Catch you tomorrow night.